Hi guys, this is Allison from AllyKat Connections. How are you? Please like, share, and subscribe to my video if you have any inkling of anything good. Just like, share, and subscribe. And if you get anything from my work, I connect down an epiphany, a mind explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore, artwork to create. Please consider supporting my work. All the links are at the bottom of the description of this live once it's done. AllyKat Creations 211.com is where you could find. I did not do anything on my website yesterday. I'll get into that. But we got hearts and pyramids and a whole ton of pyramids that are behind me, and paintings and fun stuff. So if you check out my website and you're interested in anything that I do, I sell candles, I do pencil drawings, email me because that's how I do everything. And lastly, 3D memberships is a really great way to support me. It's going to be fun. I am honing in on what the next raffle is, and if you're a 3D member, you get a free entry into my raffles. Every month I do a raffle. I'm going to do it at the end of this month. And you get channel member content, and I do oracle readings, more in depth or just the members. So that's the collective of members, not individually. So, hi everybody. Hi Scott. Hi Marcia. Hi Barbara. Hi Kim. Hi Ashmaya. Hi Arnie. Oh, it's all good, Arnie. I got two of your decks I'm going to be reading from later on tonight. So Arnie's in the chat now. Please go check out his website and get some of his amazing cards. He does amazing work. And the links and everything will be in the description. They're on all of my Friday Night Lives, so go check that out if you're interested in purchasing and doing your own oracle readings. Hi, Bob. What's up, guys? I was actually planning to do this. I know that We Not Me is on for a special show. Okay, let's go back. Rewind. I was going to come on earlier. But what happened yesterday? So I did a reading on a waspy. I just get everything uploaded. And then I keep getting my signal from my phone that a storm is incoming. Okay, cool. So I grab my boogie out bag. I get Freya down here, and my weather radio is on, and it like you can hear everything now starting to hit the windows, and it's getting crazy. And within around 9ish, I go and look out my front door just to make sure nothing is falling and the sky's still here. And I start seeing power flashes like way further west of me. And then all of a sudden, I come back downstairs to close up shop, and my lights went off. And then it came back on, and they went off. And they came back on, and they went off. And they came back on, and they went off for good. Hi. Hi, El Sunray. So I had no power from like around 9 o'clock last night-ish to about 3 this morning. I really didn't get any sleep because it is damn humid here and very on the hot side. It's like it was 87 degrees yesterday. It was nice. I like that hot weather. But with the humidity and the storms coming in, oh hell no. Oh, okay. That works, Bob. So the storms were bananas last night. I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning. So I'm running on like shit sleep. To all the symphonies of all the machines coming back on. So I had to go and reset times and clocks and make sure everything was on and didn't explode. Went back to sleep, fed Freya, and then went to work, came home, and then had to clean up all the branches. I have tree branches everywhere. I had to clean that up. And tomorrow I get to take out my saw to saw down some of the bigger limbs that fell. Thankfully, everything is okay. Nothing hit the house. But that was a lot of work that I did when I got home. So that's why I'm a little on the late side. I would have preferred to go earlier. Oh, you're fine. Hi, Charlene. Yeah, it's okay. So I have more storms incoming today. Not as bananas. Like we were in a big hatch risk last night for tornadoes and for hail. And I'm glad that it was just wind, but like literally my town, the town over, the town above me, the town below me, massive amounts of people without power, trees down. You would think a tornado did hit here, and it didn't. It was just a windbag. But getting home today was even bananas. Like, so I'm 2 minutes literally by car, I would say 3 minutes tops with traffic and stop signs. Because there is a light out at the end of my block, the block I would turn on to go to my school, everybody's going through the neighborhood. And you can't get anywhere going through the neighborhood. It's like I went a longer way to get home and wrap myself around. Oh, oh. So yeah. Hi. Yeah, there's a lot of tornadoes down right now. There's a lot of warnings, Missouri, lower Illinois, lower Indiana, southern Indiana, I should say lower. Kentucky and a little once in a while, Tennessee, Baltimore, Maryland had a tornado warning. St. Louis had a tornado. St. Louis, Missouri had a tornado today. Bananas. Yes, and please be safe. Like I was prepared last night, being mind and conscious of doing because once my power shuts off, like everything is lost. So literally I went outside to make sure everything was secured. I then like bubbled my house. I did my hands. Just it guys, whatever I did last night. Although I did have tree limbs in my backyard and I had some in my front yard. OMG, let me tell you, there my neighbor has a tree and the tree snapped. Let me get to it. I'll show you in a minute. So the tree snapped, but it's a V and it fell in on the tree branch. And this thing kept swinging back and forth for almost a year. And I've asked her, she's a nice lady. She's on the older side and they have a fixed income and I get it. It's expensive to call in people to do the trees. I know I spent 3 grand getting my trees trimmed. So I totally understand. But I said to her, I'm not gonna lie, that's gonna hurt somebody or either bash into your house or my house. And I don't want to have to go through insurance to up my payments each month because you couldn't do what you're supposed, that's your property. The tree's on your property. She didn't want nothing to hear about it, so we left it. Now, whatever I did last night, I went outside. Redemption is amazing. Spirit is amazing. I wish I can draw on this, but the tree limb, if you see where my cursor is, was swinging right here. It broke off here, and here's the roof, and it's over my yard, swinging right here. This mother effer fell back into the tree on her property. But this thing has been swinging on this side forever. It probably fell up from up here. But this tree is dying over my house. I wish I had like a coloring doodle. Um, Let me see if I can increase. That's as far as it's gonna go. But it's right here. This white right here, that's the tree line that died and broke from here. That was swinging from like right here. It might have been actually up further. But the thing, instead of coming into my yard, it like went back into the between on her side. Holy crap! I was thinking that thing last night was gonna hit my window and I would have damage. Oh, that's insane. I mean, I the woman seems to have money for certain things and not for others. And you know, she had people come in and do some landscaping. I'm like, you couldn't have asked somebody to like rope that off. And if it fell in my yard, I told her I would take care of it. I just don't want anybody getting hurt. And especially during windstorms, that thing could be bolted in anybody's direction. It could go in the street and kill somebody. I said, I when I moved here, my insurance company told me you got to get those trees trimmed. Go get an arborist and get a tree company, a legitimate one, and get that stuff down because it's over your house. Yes. I mean, but the windbag a few months ago ripped up my greenhouse is done, dead, done. I need a new lap. I need to put a new cover over it, but the cover broke, done, bye. The frame is fine. My gazebo, I had like a overhead awning kind of thing, and they made a square so that I could sit and do the barbecue and smoke my meats and then have a fire pit. And I had this whole nice setup, and that thing broke and it got dismantled in the wind. Um, my planters, my raised beds, and they're not raised like crazy raised, they're just a little above. One is completely shattered. It was wood, shattered. But good news, my elderberry is thriving right now. My raspberry bush is thriving. I might have some lettuce now starting to pop up. I did not know it was going to pop up. So there is some magic happening back there, but I have to do a lot of de-weeding or pulling up some of the dandelions, suffocating the rest of my plants. Sage is going bananas too. That's exciting because I have to make some candles. But yeah, that was like the craziest night I've had in a while, knowing that I had work and my school didn't have electric either. So I woke up waiting to get an announcement that we were either not coming in or going in. But we went in, and a lot of teachers did not have power when they left their houses. I don't know how they do it. No idea. Hi, Gregory. No idea. So that was a crazy night. Thankfully, I did not have to call anybody to house my food, the little bit that I have. I have 2 more weeks of work left. Next week, the little kiddos are done, and then the week after, the big kids are done. So there's like 9 or 10 days left of school. I am not internally trying to freak out. I don't have anything secured yet. I put in applications galore in the school. I prefer to stay there if my retirement, I signed up for it. I don't know why I do these things. I just, want to stay. So I do all this stuff. Um, so I did that. I applied and I'm just waiting to hear back. If anybody answers me back, that'd be fantastic. Schumann at the moment. I'll try to get today. It's not quiet, but it's not, I don't know, it's a pain in the tushy. It's not too quiet, but we're getting like we have one full line down spike, a subtle line down spike, another subtle down line spike. We're getting subtle ones, and they're going all the way down, but they're fading at towards the end. We had just one. Jeez Louises. That one on number 10. That's all the way down. We have another one, but it's still that was like pronounced. The other ones are coming down, but like again, we're in the grid. There's a lot going on. There's gridding happening. Hi, Ivy. Ivy, do you guys have power up by you? I don't know if you're back in Indiana. You guys are funny. Yeah, so that there was a lot going on, and we have I mean, I'm looking out, so where I'm sitting is my office, and then I have literally I could see I'm on the side where the tree was dangling. I could see I have like a plant tree thing, bush shrub thingy, and it's like no, and little Thor came super early this morning. I think he actually hurt his paw because he was a little limpy. But once again, I tried capturing him. No, you're funny, Ivy. Um, so yeah, the electric was out half the night. So I was kind of I did sleep a little bit. Um, Coffee is like the biggest dream right now. I had to clear all the tree limbs. That took me about, and that I didn't finish all of it. I have to saw some of that down tomorrow and then mow because my backyard looks like a jungle again. So I'm hoping to not go so late tonight and then get some sleep and then be able to get up early to do the mowing. Oh, I want Annie's pretzels so bad. I haven't had Annie's pretzels in a bit. The almond pretzels are fantastic. I don't care how chemically they are. I love Annie's pretzels. Pretzels and popcorn seem to be a big thing over here. I wish we had a Tim Hortons over here, and Indiana finally opened up a Wawa. I don't know about you, East Coast people. Wawa is fucking phenomenal. Wawa. Their coffee is slam dunk. When I went to Red Bank, New Jersey, I had an ex-boyfriend out there, and I used to drive there over the weekend. Oh my gosh, Wawa was my favorite spot. I love Wawa. And Indiana finally got one, but not over here. I'm sad. Sad. And one thing I have to do before, if I ever go back to the East Coast, I don't know where I'm going if I am moving. I have to have Casey's Pizza. Everybody's like, "Oh, it's Casey's. It's truckers' food, but it's really good." Okay, I got to try it. But I wish they had Tim Hortons over here. I mean, we're not close to Canada like New York is, but we can drive through Michigan to get to Canada. I can drive up through Wisconsin and in Minnesota to get to Canada. Why isn't Tim Hortons over here? And I know they're franchises, they're but damn, their stuff is good when you want a treat. Um, I hope everybody saw my rant. I made a rant, a pondering. I did not name it the what I wanted to name it, but Spirit told me to shut the fuck up and just name it what I did. So I did, but I had to get it out. Yeah, I'm gonna watch to see if he comes in in tomorrow morning, and I'm hoping that I could get him looked at. He's been in my house. Like he spent 6 to 7 hours at a clip during the snowstorms and stuff, and I've tried then in my house. And I mean that's he's like a skunk. He sprays everything. And I need like a protective gear for that. But he used to hang out in the house all the time, and he just he does not want to stay in. He is like adamant about going out, and he that's his life. So I'm not gonna not give him his life. He has a purpose outside. I just saw him limping a little bit this morning, so oh, I'm keeping a closer eye on him. Oh yeah, I think everything is fine. I just did not sleep last night, and Spirit did me a freaking favor. Thank you, whoever did that, Spirit. I know Spirit did it. Moved my tree. I had a huge branch just, and I really thought that thing was gonna fly through this window that I'm sitting in front of. And during storms, I do put a lot of foam between my computer desk and the window so that nothing can. My house is all windows, by the way, all windows. Everywhere is a window. So I put foam up so that if a tree did to come, it wouldn't mess up stuff. But everything is fine. Windows are fine. Um, Yesterday, the day before yesterday, I did a pondering. And I hope that didn't offend anybody, but I was trying to defend my friend. Uh, we know who I'm talking about. I don't know how you guys feel. I watched the show on Tuesday night, 9 o'clock on Rumble, and a lot of alarm bells started going off. We've been getting hit, Scott, with X-class flares. So there, the coronal mass hole in the sun. I've seen some photos. I don't know how valid it is. Um, but the solar storms that are happening and hitting Earth are hitting a lot of different places. The United States happens to be one of them. And I know the other day I was in so much pain the last 2 days in my legs. I'm like, do I have neuropathy? And I've been changing my supplements. When I start getting that kind of pain, I change things up. I mean, thankfully today I feel a lot better, but my goodness sakes, I couldn't sit in this chair for that long. I kept like moving like a crazy person. Today I feel way better. Um, Buckshot, what's up, Buckshot? So yeah, getting back to Tuesday night, 9 o'clock show, a lot of alarm bells started going off. A lot. And not disrespecting either one of the people that were on that show talking and having a nice peaceful debate. But something that the first alarm bell that opened up in my brain was the word convert. That struck me as no. Chicken says no. It's a bunch of monkey butts. Um, the word convert does not sit well in here because that's not our jobs. Our jobs is to give information. The information that I receive from upstairs, or for any of you that receives information from upstairs, is for you, but you also want to impart it and share it on other people. Therefore, I'm not here to convert anybody to any paradigm. Your beliefs are yours. Your perception of reality is yours. If you want to see Earth being flat, that's your perception of it, your heart alignment, your belief. Why should I change your belief? I could present you evidence and I could talk to you square in the face about what I perceive. But if that still does not align with you, you're not converting nobody. Why? Flat Earth, whether it's in this reality or in a parallel Earth to this reality that you're concurrently moving in and out of, is still a real thing because your thoughts create things. The same thing goes for the globular spherical Earth. If you believe the Earth is a globe, that reality is very much real because that's been on the paradigm for everybody. Since went to school, you were taught that it was a globe. Unless you are super old and you know from the 1800s otherwise. So let's just be really honest. There's no reason to convert anybody's perception of the reality that they view because there is no right or wrong in that assumption. That was the first thing that struck me as, uh-oh, red flag, the alarm bells. We can watch so many people, and when you get that information, whether the person that believes it's a globe, I don't want to name names, and I'm not trying to disrespect, because I particularly like this person a lot, but there might be an agenda at foot and a paradigm shift that I am not willing to be in attendance for. I have to let my friend walk the path that he's going to walk because that's the one that he chose to walk down, not mine. I choose not to listen to the nonsense, and for me, nonsense is I don't need to hear you trying to convert my friend. I don't need to be witness of it. You can expand on your consciousness. You can expand. You should be able to change your thinking at any whim, but it's not because someone told you so. It's because you feel it to be so. There's a huge distinction there. If you adamantly at home right now in your mind, in your feeling, you've seen some evidence scientifically, whether it be one or the other, and you adamantly perceive from your two eyes this world being flat, then for you it's flat. But for the person that feels like there is a globe, that's what they feel, to be exact. Why is this still renting space in people's heads? And in what way, in what density is this thinking happening in? That's really what Spirit wanted me to tackle on Tuesday when or Wednesday when I did the spiritual soul advice, pondering. What paradigm is that happening on? Are we in 3D? Are we in 4D? Because we're not in 5 just yet. Consciously, we're in 5 for many of us, but a lot of us we're not. We're in 4. And many of us are shifting between three, four, and five. Four, five, six. Three, four, five. We're in a wave. So things still have not in the 4D, they're starting to manifest, but they're not wholly manifested just yet. So when we're looking at a globe to a flat earth, is it 3D that you're looking at it from, or a higher consciousness end that you're looking at it from? And if we're in a holographic simulated matrix, there is overlays. And you can see that through the Schumann resonance, it is gridded. Things are gridded at different levels and different frequencies. The frequencies are still 8.08, and I think it dropped to maybe 8. But still, what are you viewing your reality at? Are you doing it just at 3D level, where the physics is at a 3D classical scale? Is it on the quantum scale? Because quantum physics is not the same as classical physics. And what 3D is bound by is classical physics. So if someone wants to give you all this physical, mathematics, oh, well, the math doesn't math. Well, because it's in a 3D sense. Quantum physics is still being figured out right now. So if someone's giving you information, you have to ask yourself, in what density and dimensional space is it being given from? Are they perceiving it in just 3D? Or are they perceiving it in the many worlds interpretation of many parallel Earths, many different paradigms? Math changes, physics change, chemistry changes in different densities and dimensional spaces. Sorry, not sorry. Thunderstorms possibly in the next few hours. I just got one of those alarm bells on my phone. Sorry, guys. I want to impart that on people, that when you're listening to information from anybody, in what density are you listening it from? And what is the person giving you the information perceiving it from? An expanded point of view or a narrow point of view? There is no right or wrong, by the way, because you create your reality. El Sunray absolutely. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. I'm not passionate about it either. I don't think it's something that, it doesn't put money on my table. It doesn't feed me. I'm here alive, breathing. Does it matter if there's a globe or not? It doesn't necessarily matter. And if there is a firmament, which I believe there is, then people are going to perceive it globular because there's a firmament over it and there's refraction. Ooh. So I mean, there is plausibility to the globular spherical Earth, but in any day, any point of time that our brains are conceiving. For me, just a personal point of view, I see everything in a torus field, toroidal field, because we're electromagnetic beings. So is Gaia. Gaia is electromagnetic. And what density is she expressing herself in the inner Earth, the hollow Earth? They, I think, all exist. I don't think there's any one non-paradigm. Like 2D would probably be where the core and the magma and all that stuff is existing. But 3D, I do believe that there is inner Earth. And then 4D could be a hollowed Earth. That's just different dimensional planes, like a gateway to dimensionality. And 5D, it's who knows what goes on. But at the same rate, when you have an expanded viewpoint, you're not going to try to convert somebody to something that they don't really feel is the truth for them. Everybody has and holds a different form of truth. For you, it might be flat earth. For somebody, it might be globe earth. Are you right or wrong? Why does it necessarily need to matter? And why are we judging other people? Oh, they're so stupid, they think it's flat. Oh, they're so stupid, they think it's globular. Okay, so you're separating yourselves once again from source. Oops. Separation. There we are again. Division, separation, limitation. I rather have the expanded viewpoint of not limiting myself from source. And if source put the thoughts in my head that made me think the things that I'm thinking and projecting, therefore it's just a perception of source having an experience. And if he wants to experience someone thinking that there is a flat earth, that's what he wants, or she, or the androgyny thereof. And then if we equate the quantum scales of things, and there's the many worlds interpretation, so there's an overlay of 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 an of different experiences. That's our timeline. So if you don't believe in the many worlds interpretation, I don't know how you would not believe in timeline shifts. Because if you look back at yourself, and if you look at what Bashar says, and others, he's not just the only one. He's just more seen and known. I mean, look at the so like this is the equation that I made the other day, right? I make a pizza and I like New York style, but I do also like deep dish Chicago style. I do, but I like New York pizza better. Um, I make the dough, I get a certain brand of flour, and I do all the ingredients. Now, everyone who makes the pizza, it's going to taste differently in your mouth. You're going to have a different experience based on your prior known experiences of eating pizza. So if I put too much cheese, I like cheese, or I put a different type of sauce than you would normally have, you're going to have a different taste. It's going to taste different. It's just like having your mom growing up make a dish that like you're forever in love with. And there is not one other person in this world that can replicate it and make it taste the same. So we have to look at it. It's an interpretive feeling. It's really the feeling that separates every human being because we feel things individualistic. Although we are one and it is source, source needs to gain understanding and wisdom through us individually. The key moving up in the ascension is starting to come into more commonalities with others. You're never going to, unless you merge with source or merge to the higher densities planes of existence, your understanding of things are individualistic because you create your own reality. Absolutely, Ashmaya. Absolutely. So when you are perceiving and feeling something, let's not invalidate each other because of someone else's truth for them might be a flat earth. Truth for somebody else might be a spherical earth. And at the end of the day, I say it's both possible and it's both existing. It's just in what reality is it here right now? And you know what? To me, I don't care. If there is the Game of Thrones version of the wall and everything outside of the wall, I am freaking excited because hey, I would love to meet some of those giants. I would love to have that kind of adventure. That's cool. Game of Thrones has a lot of truth in it. Dragons over the ice wall. We're seeing a lot of stuff. A lot that show shows you a lot. Go watch it. It's one of the last show series I've watched. And I think it's really important that there's a lot of undertones to it. But again, it's not the end all be all of comms or clues what reality really is. You make reality. So when someone is trying to convert another person because they're on one side and they're not on the other, that was the first red flag for me by far. And it was a choice more of the words. I don't know if it was behind the scenes intention, but then it got worse. Then I had to shut it off. I have a lot of people's books behind me right in this section. The Galactic Friends. Galactic Friends. Cheese curds. I still haven't gone to Clover's to have whatever it's called to have cheese curds. But there's Max Velocity who has a cat named Cheese Curd. Um, the second thing that alarm belled me was relying on a community of people who I have witnessed my own self bully, demean, separate, and become the big club. And you can't be a part of it. um, well, Ivy, in 2 weeks, I'm not work. I don't have a job just lined up yet, so you sure can. Um, I will say this. Some of these people I definitely owe a lot of my downloads to. Not because I was ignorant of the alien agenda and the abductions. I've read that since seventh grade. I have those fourth grade. I have those books. I've shown everybody. But I put a caution out there when a specific woman kept saying, "Well, I'm the only one that should be channeling because X, Y, and Z." It's dangerous. Channeling can only be dangerous if you're not clearing your energy and tapping into your highest self, of the highest possible timeline self. And your guides, your angels, your everything is protecting you, period, end of story. So you should not be getting any interference from anything of the negative side. Now, is there going to be negative things? Yeah, it's your own thought form trying to test you. But when someone tells you, don't channel, it's dangerous and I should be the only one doing it, that's a problem. And then discrediting people because they're getting a little too famous for your liking. They're getting a lot more subscribers than you. Oh, yeah, no. And then the big bullies come out. And then we have Team Enki and Team Enlil. And from that point on, when that started happening, when someone met Ea and going to Ganymede and densifying the fifth density and going on the spaceships, that's when a whole section of other galactic people started jumping in and building up a mean girls community and mean men. And they started changing their tune, their programs, their shows, their interviews, their content started to shift. And these insiders that a certain person that has a lot of books behind me kept bringing on, all of a sudden one day that voice changed, the story changed, and there's a lot that changed from that point on. So at first it felt great, it felt resonant, I felt plausible stuff. Some stuff I just let go. And then all of a sudden, the galactic community started getting bullied. Yeah, see, these are the storms that I get, these alarms. Emergency alert! Uh, a dust storm warning. Dust storm. Anywho, I'm home. I'm not going nowhere. But getting back to maybe that was spirit cautioning me. Yes. Yes. There's Arnie, let me just explain. It's not just in the galactic, but it went like this. Right? So there's like the galactic people with the spiritual people kind of entangled in that mess. It was entangled, but I know I have people like I've been on the phone with James Rink. For me, he's plausible. I felt and tapped into his energy. It's him. Other people, and I'm naming him because I don't have a problem with him. I really respect James. Super Soldier Talk is one of the biggest channels with really deep insights and the same storyline. Nothing has changed from James since the beginning of his channel and his book. Okay. Then there have been other people that came in to try to shift through and discredit people. But it's the very people that are discrediting that are backed by this, who write a lot of books, who do a lot of conventions, and they don't allow anybody into their circles. Now, if you want disclosure, it's out there, it's in you, you know the truth. You disclosure, why do you need disclosure? Oh, because everybody else needs it? No. You know it, you know your truth. Move on. Move on. It really is peaky in the brain. Guess what, guys? When I went to the medium before he transcended and I asked him what my soul, like if he can ask upstairs, because I was tapping, he was tapping into the archangels that literally worked through me, like what my soul energy frequency name was for a human to understand. He's like, they're not going to give it to you. They're not going to give it to you. But you got a name, didn't you? And I said, yeah, Ellie Anu. He goes, what do you think that sounds like? I was like, Anunnaki. There you go. There's your answer. Yeah, I was Anunnaki. I don't buy into the paradigm because I don't think all of them are bad and I don't think all of them are good. We're living in duality. Just because I stay in neutral doesn't mean I'm not picking a side. It's I look at both sides and see the deception on both sides because it's the same freaking coin. When you flip it, it's either heads or tails. It's the same coin. Same thing with the bird. One ring, one wing, wee, flap, flap is right, flap, flap is left. It's still the same damn bird. I we live in duality. That's how we perceive our world as separate and limited. I don't see it anymore because I'm looking up from a higher vantage point of consciousness, looking down and going, oh, that's playing out. Gotcha. But people down here that are not asking themselves, is this a 3D concept? Is this 3D math? Is this 3D science? Or is it 4D? Or is it 5? Yeah, listen, I have questioned some of the content that he put out solely based on other people's interviews, not James. James gives everybody the opportunity to speak. He even wanted me on, and I'm like, no, I there's no plausibility to this stuff. I can only prove the Stargate thing, but that's off the Ashiana Dean. And here's another asking question. Why is she suppressed? Oh, because her galactic information kind of contradicts some of the other people that talk about galactic stuff, but she's been doing it since 1990s. The Raw books have been suppressed as well. The Law of One. I'm not saying the Law of One is absolute, but it is up there. In when I'm hearing now all these people channeling Bashar and Daniel Scranton and a lot of others that are in that same paradigm, they're saying just about the same thing in different verbiage. The Curtis books say the same thing in different verbiage. I had a beautiful conversation with James, and he gets skirted out of a lot of these conventions and a lot of these disclosure community things. He gets a lot of hell. So I know he's plausible when no one wants to invite the one that is bringing all the information out. What are they afraid of? It's a big club and you ain't a part of it. And he's one that gets persecuted more than most. You have your echelon, and then you have to ask yourselves, are they doing it for the money? Are they doing it for legitimately the right reason and helping people get downloads and remember? Or are they just mainstream people that are just talking like myself? It's great that you got a book deal. But when your story starts changing and your ego takes over and you become this bully because that person and this person, oh no, their stories are, oop, nope, you're out. I'm in. I don't like that crap. You're separating experience. Damn right, Charlene. Gravel down. Damn straight. Arnie, let me tell you what. Let me tell you what. I had opportunities back in the day. Um, and even my really good friend, woman of the stars, Miss Erica, Miss Lady Erica, she's freaking fantastic. And she's tried to get in and she's a veteran of the military. She has a lot of experience. She is a fantastic human being. I love her to death. And I love her and Terry. Terry and Jonathan from Smith and Bailey Meditations. They are remote. What's his name? They do meditations. The Monroe Institute. They're trained by them. They took me into a trance that I got to see the overlays of the Matrix and the hologram. I got my dragons. I literally they took me to source. That would have never happened. Hi, Taylor. If I didn't get intervention with Erica. Now, there's another person who has the Conscious Wars on Telegram who's also been under target, Raven. I'm going to just say his name that way. There, he goes by a lot of different other ways. He's been suppressed. He's a part of Black League. These people that have come out, they used to talk to Laura. They used to talk to I heard on the Consciousness Wars live a certain person who has a chip in her brain, supposedly etherically, and interdimensional being used to come through. I heard all of that live. I was there. I heard it. Did I believe it? Sure. Whatever. Whatever. But he even got suppressed. He disappeared. He's not disappeared, but he's hit really rough times too. And he has valid stuff that he claims that are out there. And he also, with Lisa Renee, has really deconstructed Ashiana Dean's work and makes it make sense. And he's really well read, like I am, in a lot of this stuff that I read. He read too. He's phenomenal. Where is he? Why isn't he on top? There shouldn't be a top. But we have to understand when I'm going back to the basis of like Tuesday night at 9 o'clock on that certain podcast. Why I'm explaining this in the way that I am is that I have my alarm bells going off because I don't want my one friend to only read one book and think it's all the only one to be one. And that one person's perspective is the end all be all because he says so. That's ego. And again, I think they're two lovely, amazing people. One of them is my really good friend. And I'm not going to sit here and badmouth anybody, but I just ask you all to caution because I looked at the chat and everybody was feeding and clawing and woo, yeah, 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 yeah. And then there were some of you that were in that very chat when I put my little 2 cents in was like, yep, Allison, 100%. And I hope that person read that chat. Yeah, that channel I don't go on Telegram much anymore. I post my stuff there because I know other people are there, but I kind of calm down on Telegram. I also being on the admin on We Not Me, there's a ton of people that faked my account, and that doesn't happen anymore because I'm not even paying it mind. But I I get I 15 million messages a day. Oh, someone's cloned you. Someone's cloned. Did you answer? Did you message me? Do I am one person? No. I love you all, but no. And that's when I started working. No. So but I'm saying this to say we have to be careful. Yeah, at some points the people that are in 3D that are now elevating, they're waking up. Being exposed to this work that's up behind me is not a bad thing. It's okay if they listen to her and read her books. It's okay if they listen to Doctor and read his books because it's opening up a paradigm that they wouldn't have ordinarily had. But at some point, you expand beyond their thinking, their perceptions, their agendas, their narratives, because there definitely is them. And you're looking past that and you're going, okay, I'm not just a Palladian starseed. I'm Lyran. I'm this. I'm that. You expand your understanding of what a starseed really is. Sure, you have a star family and it is composed of a fractalized bigger version of you. So yeah, I'm sure I'm on the Pleiades, but I'm also in Alpha Centauri. I'm also in Sirius. I'm also in Lyra. I'm in a bunch of spots because I'm multidimensional. I'm not in just one thing. So how can you just be one type of starseed? You're multidimensional, so you're multi everything. Just make the sense, make it make sense. Make the math. If there's a many worlds interpretation and everybody's like, oh, we're jumping on a different timeline, then you have to believe in the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. Because what are you talking? Oh, Mandela effect is just a timeline shift. And the person that sits next to you in the room might have not had the same conscious shift that you did. because they don't remember Yogi Bear and Bearstein Bears and the monocle on the Monopoly guy. But some of us do. Some of us remember the cornucopia. And there is fact and evidence-based things that people bring out because they never threw out their old shit. Oh, there is a cornucopia. Here, it's right here. Look. I there's no manipulating that. So it was just a timeline delineation. So you dilated in time, so time froze, it stood still, and then you moved into another paradigm. But the person next to you was already in that timeline. You just happened to meet their energy. How did they get me into trance, Taylor? What they did was, obviously I had to go into a deep relaxation. Uh, Jonathan plays chimes. He has different whimsical instruments that he what that does is break up the blockages in my axle tonal and grid line in my body. So he was playing different music. Terry was really initiating the going into inner earth, going into the crystal mines, connecting there, and then taking me to the sun portal and taking me there, and then taking me into the galaxy, and then taking me up to source. Like it was a whole different process. And as I ascended and found myself in source with the tribe and the family, it's this huge pool of particles, and you're there, and who is ever in and around you energy frequency wise, it's liquid gold, by the way. That's what I saw. I hopped on my beautiful dragon, and then I descended into density again. It was phenomenal. Highly suggested to try. But and again, that I had a guided meditation. Oh, have fun, Scott. What kind of bread are you making? Right, but here's the thing about evil spirits, you make them, you create them, they're thought forms. So when you're thinking negative thoughts, like a teenager, if you have teenagers, you're going to have amplified spiritual activity in your house. If you're, oh, wheat bread. I hope that tastes really good, Scott. Enjoy it. I love me my bread. Um, you create the devil. It's a story that we all created together because we knew we needed that experience of understanding to move away from, to overcome. We have to overcome the devil. That devil is a perception that you perceive as either a test or something that's going to kill you. What is the least of the fear? That you created it and you can dispel it. Same with demons. Terry does not have her own platform. She, I could see if I could send you her page, El Sunray. She does have a Telegram, but she also does the Voyagers page. And the Voyagers is actually on Nadine's work. Um, when I was living in the hotel when I first moved to Indiana, me and her zoomed all the time. And I did lives, like Telegram lives with her and Erica and Jonathan a lot in private. We had a lot to say, and it was amazing. Hi, Amy, Auntie Amy, little Thor. Mm-mm. But this is what bugs me about when someone's like, "Well, I interviewed Alexander Collier, and he, I don't have a hate towards him. I just don't like where his narrative is being steered. I I believe these people have experiences. I've had my own. I've been taken. I can't remember, so I don't talk about it because I don't have those memories. They're not necessary for me to have because I'm aware that I was taken. I don't know in what capacity. And I've watched all the alien abduction movies. I've read the book, so I can only imagine. Any case, in any case, there was a program and there still is a narrative being steered. And it's team this or team that. And I say team fuck you all because it is team humanity. I don't need a ship to come in to save humanity because they made a mistake. Ra spoke about that in the Law of One. He's like, well, the Law of One got inverted. The intention that we put out there was inverted. The law was changed. It was used for the bad. Yes, Terry does. Erica, Woman of the Stars, they do Tarot Tuesdays, Oracle cards. Oh yeah, I used to be on there all the time, but they go live when I'm not. I'm not there. I'm working. Um, I'm Team Humanity. Why can't someone explain their story and why can't somebody earn a living off of that? Why do you gotta control? Keyword there. Control the narrative. Oh, because you have a narrative being steered in the first place. You have a program. You want people to think this way when other things are happening over here. It's always been that way. And I see that happening with a certain person either being misguided, but also, sharing a space with my friend. I that's going to be a very difficult conversation to have if I have it. Because the things that a particular person has to speak is going to be for humanity's sake, and it's going to be a humongous frequency upload that will be coming out of someone's mouth. That is the reason why I can't leave here. It hasn't happened yet. It hasn't happened yet. It's not time for it to happen. But I'm here to hold the frequency down that it's going to come out properly. And if I have someone else steering someone's brain, because our friend is very much in the 3D and very much about, not understanding that 1984 is a real thing in this reality. Anybody can go on Wiki and Wiki this and look at scribed and all of those beautiful things. They're great to do your research, but you have to also take everything that you hear with a grain of salt and go in your heart space to know if it's true for you. What's true for me might not be true for you. It's perception. That is hard for most people to sit there in their head to say, well, everybody perceives the world differently. There is no right and wrong, but how do you make that make sense? That's why I broke it down that some people believe in flat earth, adamantly feel it in here. That's their truth. They feel it. They're not moving from it because they've seen the evidence, they've experienced something that makes them feel. Feel, that's the sign language for feel. That it's true for them. On the other hand, there are people who have that's their truth that it's a globe. So there's an inference and some contrast there. Make it make sense. There's contrast because we're living in duality. When we stop to pause and go, okay, so both can experience different realities, but be in the same one, in the here and now, how do you plausibly explain that? Because there's no right and wrong. When you expand your brain and you get up here, does it really matter? Or is it an ego game? I was there for 9/11. I was in person, saw the damn thing happen in person. My experience, my perception of 9/11 might be different from the person that was 5 blocks down. I can recall that day like it happened yesterday. Every movement of me walking with my art supplies up 23rd Street and directing people that were in chaotic states and in shock because they had people that worked down in Wall Street. But the key word that happened in that podcast was convert. That's what alarm bell went off. And then as soon as they started talking about all these people that they encountered and interviewed, and that's great. But did you just take everything as if it is? Did you go here? Did you sift through it? And if you're somebody that is not sure, you're on the fence because you don't know enough information from any side. You never read the Voyagers books. You never read these two books. You never read the Law of One. You're not that in the knowing of galactic stuff. You never heard of James Rink. You never heard of Super Soldier Talk. You never heard of these people. That's okay. You're less likely to be steered in a direction, but don't listen to everything and think it is the truth. It's the truth for them, but what is true for you? I know when I'm looking at pictures, I'm looking at storm chasers and they're going through the plains and they're driving through Indiana, they're driving through Illinois. It's pretty damn fucking flat. It's getting really highly wind. So here's the alarm bells for me right now. If my power goes out again and it just shuts down, I'll be fine. Um, I don't know if that's going to happen. I hope it doesn't as I'm live, but if it does, you guys know I lost power and I don't know if I'm going to get it back. So just in case, because I see in the wind, I'm hearing it, it's picking up pretty bad out there. Um, that has to be at least 50 to 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts happening. Yeah, my trees are going woo, woo. But then again, that's what we're perceiving. And there's no right, like I said, there's no right or wrong. And then we shouldn't be sitting there judging somebody for what they believe. That's what eats me up inside is that I have really absorbed is the best word I can describe that. Understand that what I perceive, no one else is going to perceive because these two eyes are fixed to this vehicle. So only my two eyes has a view of the world as my perception. That goes for each and every one of you. That's what makes this reality work in the hologram. And in the many worlds interpretation, everything is overlaid. So what you didn't do here is happening somewhere else. And I squarely believe that. The decisions, the major ones, not the minor ones, like if you're picking your ass instead of your nose, it's not happening over there. Maybe it is. I don't know. Just breaking up the monotony here. Um, it's not easy for people to perceive that no, right is right or wrong is wrong. That no, that's not how it works when you have expanded consciousness. And the reason being is that there's all potentialities out there. Someone who has color blindness, for example, are perceiving colors inversely. If there really is color, You might actually your eyes is interpreting what things are color wise. It's an interpretation that your brain picks up. Actually, quantum physicists have I have heard purple is not even a color, like as we deem it. My artwork is based off of Roy G. Biv in the rays, the ultra violet rays in Roy G. Biv hitting canvas, hitting a surface in its molecular form, in its wave function. That's why I didn't really go to mow my lawn today because the lawnmower is kind of like on its last legs and I don't need a twig to break anything. I have tree branches I actually have to saw down. Um, Thankfully didn't my yard is huge and nothing got smashed. But I'm just afraid of these old windows. Crack, monkey butt. I as much as I don't listen to my friend anymore because I cannot hear the hate and the sheer disgust that sometimes comes out of the mouth and of others who type it into the chat, like I can't be a part of that paradigm anymore because I don't feel it. I see God in all things, the all that is in all things. I see the subatomic particles that we all entangle to. I see all those things in everybody. And some people just have too many layers of darkness within them, but eventually some of us are here to shed that light to them. It could be strangers, it could be somebody that you love. It doesn't matter. Everybody perceives a universe differently. And that is one of the first things that I think a lot of people need to come into an awareness of. Have a good day, Ivy. Uh, You got to make things make sense. And when things don't make sense to you because you're just not in the awareness of it, don't allow someone to dictate to you how to feel. Just don't. That's CNN syndrome. That is CNN syndrome. It doesn't matter if it's from that left side. It's also on the right side. It's also on this side. It's the look here, not over here. Oh, it's a military cog, Allison. It's a psyop, Allison. It's a military, blah, 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 blah. Okay, and it's still deceiving. It's still deception. Deception is deception no matter what. That's your ego talking. Deception is still deception. And I understand some deception needs to happen to keep people safe. I totally agree with that. Look here, not over there, because there are things that will keep us safe. But at the same time, hi, baby Luigi. But at the same time, are you walking in righteousness? This is the Curtises always in most of their books have spoken to us about the fact that we need righteousness. We need people to walk in that path. What that looks like, everybody's going to do it differently, but good works. Now, a Waspy talks about the good works. Your Rancher book talks about the good works. It's about you actually going out and doing good work. It's you being righteous. It's you doing the Jesus and the fish, the Piscean fish, and going, okay, I have to balance. What would Yeshua do? How would Yeshua in this everyday world right now respond? How would Buddha respond? How would you respond if you were that entity? And act as if. That's not easy to do because you see people doing horrific, heinous things in this world, and you have to question why. Then you get into the whole soul contract nonsense. Well, that person was contracted to do something evil to me because it had to put me on a path that changed me. We all have a purpose of serving things in this world. It's so complex and complicated. It took me forever and a day to really comprehend the levels of depth. And it's still uncovering every day that I'm living. Thank you. So I had to clear a lot of twigs, branches, trees, because we had a storm here last night. And I threw a top on because the other one was very sweaty and nasty. It is. Let's see what the temperature is right now. And again, I don't know if anybody else has their phone updated, my operating system updated. I can't, can't with this stupid app nonsense. It's 81 degrees here. There's a dust storm. It's hard to see. Like if I go outside and look down my block, I could see the dust. Dust storm. A wall of dust was along a line extending from near Ottawa, Illinois to near Coots, Indiana, or Couts, however you pronounce that, at 50 miles per hour. So that's the gusts I'm getting. And they're saying this is dangerous, life-threatening travel. And that is the the 65 Interstate 65. That's like literally right to like it's here. Um, yeah, I'm in the mile markers for that. Fun. Hmm. My county is not, my town is not mentioned, but it's everything in around it is. Interesting. Interesting. But I mean, last night there was like I got tornado siren warnings and wind back. I mean, the sirens go off when the winds hit a certain mile per hour, and a lot of trees were down this morning. Uh, Thankfully they got the power back so school could be open today, and I was happy because I work in air conditioning, and at 80, I think it got up to 87 today. It did yesterday. But today I got to go sit and get some sun. But then a boo boo. I got a boo boo from the trees, and I got black and blues everywhere. Yeah, and there's storms like right now, like going all over the place. I have max velocity on in the background. Holy crap, where is this? Uh, Maryland. Anybody from Maryland? Take shelter now. Holy shit balls. Max velocity, amazing. Channel goes. I like Ryan Hall, y'all too, but max velocity is awesome. Um, I- the storms are supposed to end tonight, and I'm supposed to have like a better weekend. I hope so because I need to mow in the morning. I need to chop down some stuff. I hope to get more Oracle card reading for my channel members, all of you beautiful people. Um, I have to job hunt because that was yesterday's failed attempt and finish writing. I wrote a letter to my principal expressing the collapse of the wave function and if a miracle can happen for me so that I could stay there, great. If not, I have a job starting in August and I have to figure out the next couple of months. I'm not trying to freak out internally. I'm really not. I'm approaching this a little differently. Like I vented those feelings out a few weeks ago. Um, but I've applied to a whole bunch of things and I have yet to get an email back. That's what is getting really scary. Yes, I have to do that, Bob. Here's another thing. In the moment of time that we're speaking, I have one more paycheck coming and that's it. So I have to be very careful of where my fundages go this month. If I do not get a job answer by the last day of school, and I don't know or hear from anybody on job opportunity, whether it be part-time or a summer camp thing I'm looking at, I will be going to the bank because that's my last vestige of options I have. That is the least damaging. Even though it's scary and I don't want to go do it, I don't have any other options. Hi, Eclectic. What's up? My options are limited and I'm not trying to freak out about it. I'm trying to hold out the faith and that the universe will open up a wave function and collapse it for me to manifest here in the 3D. Yeah, I have to, Amy, I have to try to capture that little guy because he was limping in that video. Like you saw, he was like putting like his paw, and I think it's really his wrist area. Um, he 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 did something, and I didn't like it. Um, but he hasn't been around in 2 days, so I don't know where he is. I know that he ate his full meal this morning because when I get home, I leave the dry food out, but I take the tuna and the uh wet food inside to clean the bowls. Um, so I fell on my butt. I didn't fall on my like fell on my butt metaphorically, maybe. What? I'm confused, Bob. Uh-oh, Bob. I did an under drawing for Bob and I didn't like it. So I'm trying new I'm working on it, Bob. Just by FYI. Oh, yeah, Amy. I'm trying to see what I could do to get him if he's close by. I went out earlier to pick the twigs up off my out of my backyard and off the deck, and I didn't see him. He sometimes hides literally under my deck. Um I hope I can get him in the morning and see what's going on. I didn't see any like cuts or scrapes or anything. Um I want to put I wish I had the money for it. One of those GoPros that they what Mr. Kidders and Ducky, the kitty Ducky and Mr. Kidders, they wear a camera. I want to get that on him and track him to see where he's going. He probably is. But that was the hugest relief to see him this morning. Is it raining? What the hell was that? Sorry, I'm looking out my window. That made me so happy to see him this morning. So happy to see him this morning because of what happened last night, overnight, and then he came in this morning. I'm like, thank God, you're okay. Woo! Yes, that's one of so I used to let little Thor in the house um over the winter last year. And I have videos you see he's in my house literally eating. And that but he will like Morgan cat was 19 years old and she didn't really have an interest with little Thor. So she just sat on the beanbag all the time or was sitting on the bed just sleeping all day because she had kidney failure. So little Thor used to leave her alone. Once in a while she would get, but he used to come in the house all the time. She never wanted to go outside. So I always let the door open. Freya, on the other hand, is only 3 years old and she's a little spitfire. I can't have the door open. She'll run right the hell out, and I don't want her out in the backyard. She's not going to come back. Um, and maybe she might. I don't know, but she's still very young, and I used to leave the door open for him to come in and out of the house. So he used to come in and eat and then go around the house, spray his little tushy like a skunk, and then hang out for a little bit and go. Like I tried keeping him in a few times and he got very violent. I don't want to get scratched. I don't want Frey to get bit or scratch. I don't know if he has anything. And they do sneak some things into his food. So it's mm, yeah, I'm hoping that he'll let me take a quicker look. And I had work this morning. So when I film in the morning, I'm like rushing because he usually comes right before I leave for work. They bring me, and I do that because they bring me. Yes, I do. I give them that. I find joy in animal videos. When I'm having a bad day, I pop on the shorts of cats and Mr. Kitters and Waffles the cat and the dogs, and I love those videos. They make me laugh. The woman that does the supercalifragilistic, I'm not gonna try not to curse as much as I do. Um, those videos are hilarious. So I like those things that bring me joy. And I hope that when I'm filming Freya and Little Thor, it's the things that bring me joy I'm sharing. Um, that's why I've done it, to cheer people up. So I want to stress to the many people out there listening. Please discern the content that you're taking in. That includes mine. Please go into your heart to know what is true for you. And if you're not sure what's true for you, leave it on the metaphorical, theoretical fence. Meaning you're iffy, this doesn't sound right, but it does sound plausible, and maybe, maybe not. If you're on that fence, Leave it there. Don't take something in because someone's trying to convince you of it. That's especially with 3D material content. CNN syndrome is a real thing. People thought I was going to kill them because I didn't have the did I kill them? No. They're here. They're alive. They're alive. Never killed them, and I never got it. Thanks to tobacco. But I have a fun deck here. It's the Art of War deck. That's right. There's Oracle cards from the Art of War. And I'm going to pull 3. I got these a long time ago. And yes, nicotine. Oh boy. From Sun Tzu said, the general who advances without coveting fame and retreats without fearing disgrace, whose only thought is to protect his country and do good service for his sovereign, is the jewel of the kingdom. Don't let your ego get in the way. Getting your ego under control can be one of your biggest challenges in relationships. If you are good at something, that's wonderful. If you have weaknesses, then so be it. Don't worry too much about what others think of you. Your actions will show that you are what you believe yourself to be. Be yourself. Believe in yourself. I don't make this up. Your ego, you're going to go through many ego deaths. I've been through at least 2 major ones. Your ego is still very much needed here now because you're still in 3D. You're still in duality. You're still in polarity. You still have to function within this system, right? I don't care how mature or how far advanced you are in 5D of thinking. You still live in 3D, and that's a confusing aspect that many of us are having. That's the problem, the confusion, because we're seeing the world differently up here, but we're still down here where everything is the same. Things are changing, but optically, the tree is the tree, the grass is the grass, your house is the house. Unless you put a new roof on your house and new siding, your outside world hasn't really changed. We have not metaphorically made a shell beach. That's Dark City. We haven't tuned those things in yet. We haven't created the sparkly glitter sparkle farts of amazement just yet. We're not there. As I just said that, I'm getting downloads and a big buzz noise in my ear. But Sun Tzu said, the general who advances without coveting fame and retreats without fearing disgrace, whose only thought is to protect his country and do good service for his sovereign, is the jewel of the kingdom. So, mind you, you have your 3D limited perspective because it's limited and separated from source. Then now that you are, most of you are in the awareness that there is source in all things, and you are now just dissolving the layering of good Oh, I have to look beyond good and evil, but yet good and evil still exists here. Okay, but how do I see beyond it? Seeing God in all things. Okay, and then you go a step further to analyze, okay, so soul contracts and experience. So now you're learning how to detach your energy from the things that no longer serve you. So, you know what no longer serves me? People that spew hate. And it's not in a demeaningful way. People have their perceptions of who did what. I don't care about the now, in the now moment. I don't care who did what or who perpetuated what. You know why? It's something I had to learn. It's an experience I had to go through to learn. Now that I have the wisdom, now that I know the truth, I don't need to hate them anymore. I can forgive them because they know not. They're not walking the righteous path, and I have to walk the righteous path to make a difference in this world. I can't wait on anybody else to walk the righteous path. I have to walk it. And what's righteous to me is not righteous to you. And it will look different because my morals and my ethics might be in a different avenue than yours. Allison's playing the adversary for a reason. That's my role here. That's why Hillel channels through me. Because you need contrast. You need to incorporate your shadow. You have one. All of you have a shadow, and you have to be Peter Pan to integrate it within you and learn to live with it, not against it, with it. Because your light and your shadow make you up, and you can't deny any side of yourself moving forward. You learn how to mature it, you learn how to work with it, and you overcome it and you evolve it. I don't want your cooties, Bob. Sun Tzu said, what enables the wise sovereign and the good general to strike and conquer and achieve things beyond the reach of ordinary men is foreknowledge. Take the long view. Foreknowledge is an awareness of something before it happens. Such knowledge is very important because it gives us the peace of mind of knowing that the world will not end tomorrow. It is how civilizations went from the horse and cart to the jet airliner in 100 years. Foreknowledge is how we use the promise of tomorrow to change and continue with what we do today. Truth. We all have, even though time is simultaneously happening, we have future, what we want to consider in the 3D, future selves. Happy TGIF. We have future selves that already is experiencing the technology, already experiencing all these amazements that is out there. And we get little snapshots of what that might look like, or inklings or feelings. Guys, I just read, I don't know if let me look on Facebook. I might have shared it to myself that, and sometimes I do that. I just share things to myself. Oh, what? What? Sorry. That's the dust storm they're talking about. What? Where is this? I'm sharing that on my Facebook if you're there. Go on there. Um, that's crazy. That's a crazy picture, by the way. I want to up it up it up it up. So I see this is from a page and they don't have articles, but I might do a quantum AI metaphysical discussing more in depth about some of this. Physicists claim they've uncovered the first evidence of the multiverse. A lot of other physicists have done that work already, but there might be more to that. No, hang on. So an X 2.7 class solar flare erupted. And there's I don't know if Ashmai is still on. Did you have blackouts by you? They said Europe had a lot. And I didn't mention Ireland. Out of body experiences suggest consciousness exists outside the brain, as Federico Fagin claims. The qualia. I believe it. Where? Trying to find it. Mm-mm. I don't know how long ago it was. Shit skis. Did I save it? I don't know if I did, guys. Poopy. It was good stuff. I don't think I saved it. Poopy. Um, I did not. Okay. We're still on this app. It says 8.0. I want to say that's probably 7, not 8. It's not in the middle on the lower scale. Um, and why I keep referring back to the Schumann is because a lot of you in the now moment are feeling something. Here's the electrical field of the day. That says a lot. I know that I as much as I did not sleep last night because of the storm and the legitimate worrying that I had going on about things crashing into my house. Um, those are legitimate things. Yeah. Did I save it in hang on, I might have saved it over here somewhere. I don't think I did. I did not. I'm sorry, guys. But also what I'm about to show you is fake, but it goes around on these little spam pages anyway. Predictive programming, anybody? Nerve pain? Yeah, that's oh God. Yeah, I have my that's why I'm hoping that I don't lose power. The wind kind of died down because I was afraid that like yesterday, like it started getting windy and then all of a sudden like my lights started flickering every other couple of minutes and then it like off. That was not fun. Yes, that was. And it's fake. There there's a lot of fake stuff going on, and that also goes to show that we got to really be careful. What I wanted to show you guys was that predictive programming from 1989, the Terminator, that's real now. There is a technology that they just came up with that makes something in that's not a solid, that's a liquid, go into a solid and change its state. Hello, Terminator. We're there. That did look real, but it's fake. So we really, 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 Ashmaya, I hope you received that. That Terminator technology is out there, sadly. And it whether it was made back then and now like it's being revealed or like scientists really just made that material happen. Once again, predictive programming. Who's thinking about my nose is itchy? Um, it's real. But like I say in my quantum stuff, there are scientists out there that are not in the spiritual awareness or in the political awareness. They're just doing them. They're doing what excites them. They're going and they're getting grants, and even if they're um corrupt and it's bad money, whatever, these guys don't know the difference. They're just happy that someone's giving them the money to go and do their experiments, right? So there's a lot of innocents in the world that have zero shed of a clue that what they're doing is serving a different type of purpose. Hi, deplorable. What's up, Ms. Lundy? Um, So the Terminator technology is a real thing. And the fact of the matter is, we need to really go back into, okay, what is renting space in our head? If we're really thinking that Terminator technology is going to be used for evil, it's going to manifest that way. So let's not manifest it that way. That's why I like to bring it out into conscious awareness that movies and all these things have plausible things that will either come to pass or not. Just like Altered Carbon on Netflix. That's a whole program in itself. It's an Elon Musk paradigm. And we have the choice in the now moment. Now that you know that this technology's actually been manifested and it's tangible now. It's not just a movie and it's not just an idea. Like someone actually made a state of liquid turn into solid and not ice. Nanotechnology. So now that we know this, we can alchemize and transmute the negativity that's equated to it into positive. Well, here's the really fun thing about what you just said, baby Luigi. Um, so at work, a lot of the I live in a bluer part of Indiana, believe it or not, and a lot of people steer very cautiously when talking about um food and what causes certain things. And I'm always about the holistic stuff. So and I still put it out there, guys. I need to know if certain detox protocols can be used for somebody that has transplants. Multiple, not just one, multiple. Because I don't want that person's system to shut down, but they want a detox, they want holistic stuff. But again, what's the dosage? But yes, speedy recovery, Miss Wendy. Um, we'll be praying for you, Miss Wendy. I see to the people, I'm like, well, if you look at your diet and you look at what you consume, even the organic stuff that costs you 25 times more, is it actually holistic? You need what back like 25 years ago, an orange took care of your nutritional needs. Now you need 7 oranges in the United States for that one orange 25 years ago. So we do need supplements, not because we want them. I don't like to consume them. I'd rather eat the food to give me the nourishment in my body. But guess what? That's deceiving in itself because what you think you're eating does not have the nutrients. It could be healthy all day long, but does it have the nutrients your body needs? Probably not. So just because you're eating healthy does not necessarily mean you're getting the nutrients that your body needs. Yes, my garden is starting to flourish. I have to declutter some of the overgrowth um after tomorrow. I'm hoping that the storms kind of calm down. Now that the weather is on the rise, I can plant. So exciting. But that's something we all need to take into account. Even the gardens that we have in our backyards or on our property, is the soil holding the nutrients that is giving the vitamins and the supplements to the plant growing? And about the rainwater dropping on it, how healthy is that rainwater? And I bring this out to the people that I work with because even for myself, like for me, I'm average weight, I'm average height for, I'm short, but for me, I'm in proportion. To other people, most of the people I work with are extremely overweight. And it's just what is the Midwest diet? It's junk. It's wholesome stuff too. Don't get me wrong, and not everybody here is overweight, but it's an escalated thing. So we gotta put into perspective how we're seeding our truths. And for me, like I come in there swooping under the radar, like, oh yeah, like, I know you guys don't like that one person that's sitting in an office that's trying to get all the dyes and stuff out of the food, but people in Europe are not exposed to the same chemicals that we are in our food. Why does that make sense? Why is there so much cancer in disease in here, but yet they eat the same thing supposedly in Europe and they're fine? Well, that's because of what's in the food. So I make that plausibility happen, and then they start going off on their own tangents, and the truth is told. I think everybody is. But here's the thing, baby Luigi. Here's the thing. In order for our paradigm to really change, financially, because that's the 3D reality we live in, there is no time. So like if I work a full-time job, I'm one person, but if I had a family after a long day's worth of work and maybe a possible second job because it's not the first job doesn't pay enough, there is no time to cook and prepare food. Unless you're retired and that's what you do, a working person that has children and a family, there is no time. They wake up at 4 to 5 o'clock in the morning. They get the kids' breakfasts ready, and if that, if they don't pop something in the microwave, then they're getting themselves ready and showered and dressed, and then they're doing everything else for the kids. They're packing lunches and whatever, or maybe the kids get hot lunch at school. But then they're working a 7 to 8 hour day, and then they're going back home or going to another job, and there is no time. That's the problem. That's the problem with education. That's the problem with a lot of things. One parent is not in the household. When my mom raised me, my mom raised me until I was old enough to make food for myself until she got home. So at 10 years old, I had the key to my house. I opened the door. She left a note. Hey, Allison, could you take the London broil and defrost it? Can you take the chicken out and defrost it? Can you make the salad for tonight's dinner? I did all of that when I got home from school. So when she came home, all she had to do was preheat the oven or go to the barbecue or whatever she was doing that night. But at least certain things were alleviated for her and was made easier. We don't have that nowadays. Parents are working 2 to 3 jobs just to put food on the table, and the food that you can afford is crap. Shit. And the food bank lines are 2 hours long because I tried the other Saturday, 2 Saturdays ago, I tried to get online to get a banquet box. And it's filled with processed shit, by the way. Not all of it, but the majority of it is. It's whatever they get from the stores. So it's the cheap microwavable pizzas. It is ramen noodles. It is cheap shit. Yeah, I'm collecting my coffee grinds and I can't afford eggs. So no eggshells this year. But the world we're living in is a world where they wanted us to be at. My generation probably got the most screwed. And not to say every generation got screwed in some capacity, but mine really got screwed because the brainwashing was between the early 80s, mid 90s, and the transformation of technology really hit in the early 2000s. And that just killed my generation because we didn't have enough time to grow without it, to formulate our own thinkings and doings. And it's probably why I went to art school because that gave me critical thinking skills that other schools would indoctrinate you in. And then everybody grows up and the succession of the crap continues, generation to the next generation. My state is an agricultural state, and at the same time, the stuff up here in Northwest is all processed, boxed junk, bagged junk. And I'm not saying that to be mean because people are going to eat what they're going to eat because that's what they got. But we want the world to get better. We have to make life livable again. We need to make wages livable again. What I make for a full-time job is a slap in my face for what I do. It's not a McDonald's job. I am changing diapers. I am getting bit, spit, hit, kicked, scratched up all day long. And I'm making not a livable wage. I'm not making a salary. We got people taking advantage of the system, people popping kids out, no offense, just to pop them out to get more money in their bank accounts. That's a real thing. And free stuff, free stuff, free stuff. It's not necessarily ever free. Nothing is ever free. The breath you breathe is free. Water, you have to pay water. You have to pay a water bill. I got a water bill here, so water is not free. But the constraints on the human being having to, like in my situation, I have to work 3 jobs in order to be able to pay my bills and then have savings. 3 jobs. I can barely maintain it month to month on what I have now. I have my whole garden's electroculture. So I have copper, I have quartz and shungite in my gardens. And I know that my elderberry tree is thriving. My raspberry bush is thriving. I planted other berry stuff that didn't really pop through. I think I have a spinach coming up. My sage is coming up really nice. Mint is coming up really nice. I did copper, so I have copper on bamboo and I also have copper free. So I put the copper in without anything attached to it and I loop it through to the bed. On if I have a square, I'll do the both sides. So I'll make it look like a cross. If I have the metal ones that do that, I do the same thing. And I also pop it out. I do grow tomatoes. Last year I got 6 tomatoes that came out. The rest did not. I also have animals that like to eat my stuff. Even if I put chicken wire over it, somehow some of them get through. Sun Tzu said, "The art of war teaches us to rely not on the likelihood of the enemy's not coming, but on our own readiness to receive him, not on the chance of his not getting attacked, but rather on the fact that we have made our position unassailable. Develop your self-confidence. Self-confidence is an individual's trust in his or her own abilities, capabilities, capacities, and judgments. When you are feeling better about your capabilities, the more energized and motivated you are to take action and achieve your goals. If you lack confidence in yourself, others can detect it. You won't reach your full potential or inspire others." This makes me look huge in this shirt, but I'm tiny. This deck is amazing. It's the Art of War, Sun Tzu. And all three are coinciding with my message today that just because someone says something, once again, never try to convert somebody back or forward or whatever because you perceive your reality the way you perceive it. That's you. And if you feel it here, that it's real for you here, I could show you all the tangible evidence that I have, but in what level is that tangible evidence? Is it 3D? Is it 4D? Or is it 5D? Where's that information coming from? Because physics and science mathematics is classical in 3D. It starts becoming quantum in 4, and it's completely quantum in 5. And 6, we don't even know what the name is for that. Don't ask me. I don't know. But you know what I do know? Don't let anybody convert you. You have to convert you. You have to be the one that changes the feeling in your heart space, no one else. Don't let someone dictate to you because they think they know. At what level do they know it at? I'm not trying to be a meanie, weenie, teeny, beanie. I'm being practical because no one's going to tell me that the earth is flat and the earth is round. It's an argument that's going to continue for the lifetime of this third dimensional space. Guess what? Does it really matter? Is it putting food on your table? Is it paying the bills? It's an ego trip. Get over it. You perceive the world how you want to perceive it. Period. That pinky still hurts really bad. Ooh, that hurt. That hurts. That's ligament right there. That's ligament. I've been putting castor oil on it, by the way, and my belly button. But like the last couple of days, I've been feeling like I've been having neuropathy in my feet. My feet were inflamed, burning my feeties. I felt like I did 12-hour dance intensives, and I hope the wall of dust came and left. I have to put my air filter on. Yay! That's awesome news, deplorable. Miss Wendy. Yay! That's right, Amy. I'm not here to change you. You have to change yourself. I just want you to look inside yourself to know what's true for you. What's true for me is not going to sing and feel right in everybody. That's what I want everybody to get really in tune with. What happened on Tuesday night's second podcast gave me alarm bells, and I had to do a pondering to speak about it because when I jumped in there to make a couple of comments, a lot of people that watch me were like, yeah, that's 100%. Why are you even worried about what the shape of the earth is? At what point does it actually matter? You're breathing air, you're consciously here, and you're walking the earth. Does it matter what shape it is? It could be a donut. It could be toroidal. It could be a firmament. It could be beyond the walls. It could be nos confunded. Does it actually matter? Because there's densities and dimensions in the many worlds interpretation. There is all of it. All of it exists. It's just a matter of where you're perceiving it as and where you are in that paradigm. Barbara, let me tell you what. My feet are in bad shape because of dancing. I loved dancing. I was passionate. I was on my toes for a long time. Point. Point shoes make your feet horrific. And then I got diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. I'm not on medication. I stopped a long time ago. I did a lot of detoxing in the last 10 years to get that stuff out of my body. But the pain in my feet the last few days, oh, wow. Wow, the pain. Like I know the bariatric pressure is changing right now because like I'm getting stuffy and I'm starting to hurt. And Amy, that's the thing, right? Like I don't people are going to change their perceptions of the world that they're in depending on the timeline you're existing it on. So you're on a timeline right now. Right now, you're on a timeline. It might be different from mine, but it's similar to the effect that we can still see each other, hear each other, and listen to each other. But my timeline might have 12 months of a calendar and yours has 13. You're perceiving your reality the way you see it, the way you're feeling it. That's why you're human. That's why you came down here. It's to feel. That's frequency. That's vibration. The true test of this world is to overcome the lower earth, the lower form of density, and to elevate to the higher states of frequency. That's consciousness. You signed up to come down to this form and overcome it, better it. We're all doing that right now. We're elevating to an extensive, like high heights. We have to stop judging how other people feel their world. We have to stop. I'm going to convert you back to globular Earth because my physics and my math tell you that it is a round circle. Okay, cool. That's your perception of it. Thank you. You're not converting me. You're not converting me. And I'm not here to dissuade anybody who feels a certain way, but at the end of the day, a lot of people perceive their reality completely different from you, and I'm not here to judge you for that. If you believe that the earth is round, good for you. It doesn't change that you're here in your conscious reality right now. What does it change? Nothing. You're alive. You're breathing air. You go in the ocean. You go in an airplane. Nothing changes until Westeros and the wall decide to actually like be seen by everybody, and you could take the path to the north, as the Starks would say, and see it for yourself. It's only hearsay. And just because a very famous person wrote a journal about it doesn't mean it exists, because as we know, there's inversions in everything that is existing in this three-dimensional plane of existence. You need to feel your emotions. You need to feel if it's true for you or not. And so Celtic here, 5G. Some people are like, oh my God, it causes this, it's all evil, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but then there's the alchemized version that it's actually good for you. Oh, it causes your pineal gland to calcify. Well, until the brain scans that I've taken a few years ago with all the fluoride that has ever entered this mouth, I don't have a calcified pineal gland. It would show in the CT scans, it would show in the MRIs. It's not calcified. So please explain to me how I can have abilities and everybody, oh, because it's a fear. It's fear. It's feeding you fear. And I'm not saying that there are aren't people out there who do have pineal glands that are calcified. I'm sure there are. But you can't generalize that kind of statement and make it so for everybody. Sorry, not sorry. Absolutely. That's the realistic thinking that we need more of, Celtic. We need people to come into what is it for in the better way than in the detrimental way. When you say that things are going to kill you, that things are poisoning you, you're feeding yourself that frequency. And yes, we want to eat clean food. We want things to be clean. But it's not a reality right now. And you could, and I do, everything I consume, I bless. I speak frequency into my things, but I have to make sure that my energy field is clear enough. You see, notice it's not going up there anymore. Um, but my energy field has to be clear in order for my intentions to be spoken purely into my food. I have to feel it. I can't fake it. I can't say you're not going to heal me because it's not that's no. Everything I speak into has to have a feeling to it to actually work. Absolutely. Everything that's the experience we chose. We chose duality. Good and bad. The test is seeing beyond it. The test is taking the neutral path, that source's path, looking up and going, okay, well, I totally don't prefer that, but I prefer this, but I want it to change. Okay, but I'm going to go to the light. It's not that I'm sitting idly by and watching things happen and not taking a side. I just know that I have both sides within me. And I choose to ignore and not feed the negative side because I am no longer feeding them energy to manifest. I'm feeding the side that I want to manifest, and that's the positive. I am the light, but I'm not the light that blinds. Sorry. There is light, there's illumination, and then there's blinding light. So if you're the captain of your ship and you're in uncharted waters and you start seeing the lighthouse, you're going to go towards that lighthouse because you know it's safe. It's illuminating things in the water that will steer you to safe passage. But if your light's too blinding, how could the captain see what is it's trying to show? It's blinding. You won't see nothing and you'll get sunk. You have to go to where the light is giving you the information and not blinding you out of it. That's important. My favorite topic, color, vibrational impulses and light waves. Your perception, I don't make this up. Your perception of life is coming more colorful. You are opening to different colors and experiences. Color breaks up old black and white thinking and opens your heart to the beauty of life and love. The colors of the rainbow are variations of white light reflecting diverse experiences of life. And they are all valid. Each color of the spectrum has its own energetic vibration that stimulates certain responses of healing. Different colors mirror your current physical, emotional, and spiritual state. Your soul uses this mirror to communicate your need to heal or to embrace balance. Get to know what colors you are attracted to and the ones you are repelled by. You are love and you are loved, no matter how colorful your or another life is. And that is what I base my artwork on. As gothic as this child is right here, I'm gothic. My artwork, besides maybe that one, but that still has color in it, my artwork is very colorful. It pops out. I use neons and pastels. Who would have known? Chicken! Buck, 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 buck. He's giving a side head nod. Yes, we have to utilize the things that we know in this world, and we have to use it to what we feel is right for us. That's how you stand in your authenticity. That's how you love yourself, is going in deep into your heart to know your truth. Because the greater expansion of truth will spark you and mold you and merge you where you need to be. The caveat to all of this is that we're in 3D and there's a lot of tests, and most of us are being heavily tested right now. Hi, I'm being tested. Major testing. And I'm showing up for myself differently by reacting to the things that are going on in my life differently. Old self, yeah, I needed to vent, but after the venting, I'm sitting and transmuting. Okay, so I got all those feelings out of me. Now let's tackle the actual problem. Let's look at avenues of help that I can probably ask for or look for or investigate if there is anything out there that can help me. Whether it be a grant to go back to school, a scholarship to go back to school, a loan, something that's not going to impede on my success, that will only guide and help me. Right? I need somebody to give me the opportunity to get a permit to teach in order to get the loan in order to go back to school. That's just 3D life. I have to overcome and find somebody who sees the promise in me to give me the opportunity. We're not supposed to do all of this by ourselves. In order to have unity consciousness, and we're not in fullness, we're in the beginning stages of unity. You have to find people that are going to open up opportunities for you, that are going to believe in you, that are going to take a chance on you. I've never had those opportunities open up for me to be what 3D success deems to be. And I just want to be content. I want my bills paid. I want to be able to save up to get a newer. I can have a used car. It doesn't matter. My car is not safe. It's safe enough to get back to point A to point B in a small capacity. I need a new vehicle. I want new teeth. I need glasses. These are things that like impede me. I can't speak properly because my mouth is all messed up. I can't project words properly. I have no back teeth. My front teeth want to fall out all the time. My eyes, I can't read things properly if everything is fuzzy. And oh, Wendy, I know oh so much. I'm hoping with the elevated expansion that we're all going through and we're healing ourselves, we're purging those things out of us. What I hope that you're going through is a purge. Even though the purge is actually, but you're going to have time to sit and do a lot of thinking and a lot of inflection and introspection. And those are our enemies, or they can be the best tools to learn from. I just got another zap on the phone. Sorry, that's showing I'm tired. Sorry, Scott, if you're watching. Um, okay, that was another alert from the weather. Potential severe storms are reaching your area soon. So if I do go black, I have no power. Hi, Sparky. Let it go. I the kids do call me Elsa. Take back your power and thrive. So Sun Tzu is saying it, and now they're saying it. Let all just be and take you back your light. Stop trying to hand. See, I need glasses. Stop trying so hard and breathe. Letting go does not mean jumping blindly into faith, but to release the resistance you hold about a subject so your dreams and desires can be realized. You have all hung on to a person, place, job, or idea because we think it will give us what we seek. But hanging on is the result of unbalanced thinking. This imbalance has you needing compensation. You create a deficit by compromising yourself, thinking that was the way toward your dreams. It was your choice to do that. Now it is your choice to let go and create from love instead of fear. You deserve to have what you want without compromising your truth. You cannot change what has occurred. However, you can change what you do from this moment on. Free yourself and everyone else of the idea that we must please others to be loved. You are love and you are loved no matter what has happened in your or another's life. That's the second message about you're loved and be loved. But it's the truth. See, in the 3D, there's practicality, logistical things, realistic things that you can't escape from. It's your approach mentally, like I've been doing. Okay, I am letting go of the fact that I am not going to like harp on getting this job. If the opportunity wants to open up for me, it will. If it isn't, I'm looking in other directions right now. I'm not putting my eggs in one basket. Yeah, thank you, Amy. But you know what? It's beautiful, Amy. You're here for everybody else as well. That's the most important part. It's not just me. I'm a conduit of source to help everybody else see that they're also conduits of source And you're no different from I am. You're no different. Everybody's just on a different pathway to that journey. I'm not here to convert anybody. I don't like that word. And that Tuesday night episode, I am alarm bells. I'm not discrediting anybody for their experiences, but when a group of people start bullying other people and you see a narrative being strung, oh, the aliens are coming to save humanity. No, they're not. You're here to save humanity. So they're disempowering you and your mission here on this planet. You are here to change the fucking paradigm, not them. They're helping and aiding, but you have to do the work. You have to put in the work to get things going here. You are helping save humanity. Those Anunnaki, they're not coming down on their damn ships. And if they do, I would not trust them. Same thing with the Palladians, same thing with the Syrians and the Arcturians and this one and that one and the Halayalals, Yazayels, whatever they're called. Sorry, not trying to disrespect them. I'm sure they're amazingly beautiful souls. But our mission, why we're here on this planet, is to save it for ourselves. We are the humanity that needs to save itself. They're helping, guiding us, because they're in higher densities. They see things that we can't. They understand things in a different capacity. What bogs us down here is our feelings, our attachments. Of course, Bob, this is in black and white because I can't with the color, but there you go. I'm combining both of these. But what I had drawn out, I did not like the underdrawing. Oh, I'm an auntie to a scarlet kitty cat, and she's so cute. Oh, my friend Katie. Her birthday is coming up, but she doesn't watch me live. Doesn't, but that's okay. But two of the cards are ready, Sun Tzu's, and now the light is telling us that we need to stand in our empowerment. Stand in your light. What's true for you, stand in that truth. That's you and your authentic life, your path, your journey. And it's up to you to keep it or to shift it. No one should be here to tell you to convert back to a paradigm that you totally don't believe in, no matter what evidence is proven or shown to you. Deplorable, absolutely. I was in that spot. I took care of both my parents. I did not take care of myself. And until I acted on taking care of myself first, then I was able to get off the medication. After my parents died, that was one of the heaviest lessons to learn because then I had no other choice but to take care of myself. But I've been taking care of everybody but me. I was worried when I moved here. I was concerned about everybody else but me. And that's why I'm in the situation financially I am now, because I gave too much and received too little. I did not get the help or the opportunities that would have probably advanced me. I put myself out there and I did not take care of myself. And now I'm taking care of myself because that's all I have is myself. And I think it's an important thing for you to, and it's a pride thing. It's an ego thing. And that's not a bad part of your ego. That's because you're hyper independent and you have only been able to rely on yourself. And everybody leans on you because you're the strong person in their lives. And it's a beautiful thing to be that. But at some point, you have to take yourself and go, okay, I have to put some boundaries up because there's no even give and flow. You guys take care of you. I was taking care of everybody else. I took care of my parents. They took care of me when I was a baby. So I only owed that back to them. But I literally gave up my late 20s and early 30s for them. And even my teenage years. My dad got sick. I was 16 years old. And I was helping my mom take care of him from 17 on. I did not get married because I probably missed a lot of opportunities to find the right guy because I was busy taking care of my parents. I was busy taking care of my mom. So I gave up a big chunk of my very detrimental years of like establishing security for myself. And that's just a 3D concept of security. But I gave up a lot of my life to do the right thing for my parents. And at 42 years old, I'm not married, I got no kids, and I'm struggling. And I'm very hyper independent, but at the same time, I had to put my pride down when I lost my job in New York and there was no more stability. And there was me living off my credit cards because I did not want to ask for help. But then the double-edged sword was when I asked for help, I didn't receive it. Oh, deplorable, I know. And you know what? This is when you have to say, I need help, and where is that help going to come from? And that's where I'm at in a different circumstance. When my mom was sick and I started to put my foot down a little bit, I said, well, mom, we gotta start using your insurance and get you somebody to stay in the house while I'm working. Because I cannot do this any longer. I need to carve my own path. I got somebody that was vetted and I had nanny cams in the house to make sure that my mom wasn't being abused and nothing was being stolen, but I took the necessary means to make sure that my mom was getting taken care of, and that was a big release off of me. Unfortunately for my dad, he was only 58 when he passed, and I was only 22. So my mom didn't need anybody because she retired. My dad had retirement. They were financially fine, but it's harder with the kids. And sometimes getting help requires you putting and sacrificing something. And if that means that you have to hire somebody to help you take care of those kids, no matter what the age, or your handicapped brother, it's time to do that. That's putting your pride down. That's not giving in. That's asking for help. And there are beautiful people out there that will help you. And that's another thing. I wish the world wouldn't like the money thing. It all goes back to that. Well, I can't afford it because there's no insurance. That's where a lot of people get stuck. And that kills me. I learned that Ash my when my mom died. When my dad died, first off, I knew who my friends were the week that my dad died. Because not only did my life change with not having my dad and my all the things that I was aspiring to do got thrown in the toilet, I also got sick. I was sick. It just exploded after he passed because of the stress. I learned right then and there who my real friends were. Two people. And then when my mom died, the same thing. I knew who was there for me and who was a good support for me. When people are like, oh, but you know, you're not mourning properly. I'm like, well, I can't mourn properly because there is no such thing as mourning properly. Who are you to tell me? But other people's moms pass away. Oh my God, here's the flowers, here's the signs, here's the cards. I got nothing. Okay. But is that enough for you, deplorable? That there might be someone and that someone might be amazing, but is there more that can be done to take some load off of you? That's the other thing. Like my mom, I got help for part time, but the rest of the time I was the one having to come home and cook. I had to be a mother to my mother. I had to put her in the shower. I had to wash her. I had to toilet her. I had to do a lot of things at my age that I shouldn't have been doing. But I did it anyway because I love my mom. And I had no experience. That's the thing. If I could have afforded a private care person to be there for a lot longer, and help be a caretaker, I would have been better off. But here we are. But you got to worry about your health right now because you are needed, period. End of story. That's what I'm hoping for in the future, that money's not an object. Yes. There you go. You pay insurance, you pay for it, and yet you still are left in debt. You pay for things, and yet you're only given half. It's a fucked system that we live in. And that's what I'm hoping that we all can manifest for each other, is one where we don't have to worry about money. We don't we can have a one income household. If you choose to work, that's a different story. But I shouldn't have to find five jobs to supplement my bills. My one job that I work at, and is not an easy one, should be supplanting and making my bills. I shouldn't have to fear or be scared or be in the state of anxiety and nervousness that I can't pay my bills. That I'm showing up each and every day and working my ass off and coming home exhausted, that, oh, now I have to work on my feet another 6 hours. That's a big problem. You're not getting, people not getting the assistance they need because they can't afford it. That's a problem. That needs to end. Things shouldn't be so expensive. but people should get compensated for the work that they're doing. I should have been paid for taking care of my parents, but now you can get it. But when I was doing it, no. Mahat, divine intervention. Weigh up your options, choose the highest good. Lakshmi and Ganesh, prosperity vibration. You are attracting wealth, health, and happiness. You know, by speaking the negatives, we can transmute it for the positives. So we have to find a way to change the paradigm that's going to work for just not one person, for everybody. You know, a realistic fear that I have, not being married, not having children, and not having family, is if something were to ever happen to me and I need a replacement of some sort, like a hip or a knee, or I have to have back surgery or whatever have you, I have not one person to sit there to take care of me. That's a real scare. That's a nervousness. Just because he lowered, and I'm not, like I said, I'm indifferent with 47 only because if there really was an auto pen for the last 4 years, then why do we have to continue? If it's we the people, why is this suffering continuing? Why are these problems still manifesting? It's not just about drug prices, it's about all of it. The whole insurance system needs to be rewritten. And I'm not saying there shouldn't be insurance. I think insurance helps in certain scenarios. Like, yeah, sure, you can get your sovereignty and drive your car, but if someone hits you, that's coming out of your pocket. If a tornado hits your house, or like yesterday, I had a windbag that pretty much if a tree was knocked on my house, I can get it fixed because I pay insurance. And I don't have to pay the extraordinary amount to get that fixed. I don't pay anything, right? I do, and I go 3 years up and 3 years down in the age bracket of me dating. I need somebody in and around my age bracket that has a good job, and that if I were not to work on, just focus on this and the other projects that I have springing up in my brain, I would love to do that. But I know people that have been married 3 times and have found husbands. I can't find anybody. It's bizarre. And I've let it go. I put it out into the ether and I go, universe, find me somebody, find me my soulmate, or find me somebody in my vibration. Lady Venus, light attract, light activation, call to action, power surge, earth mission. Here we are. And what's been happening? Solar flares. And just because you are not feeling the energy right now doesn't mean you won't. The sun, whatever it, if it is the fake one, the real one, the central, the whatever have you, whatever is shooting into our atmosphere, you will eventually get the uploads and downloads that you need. Your higher self, your angels, your guides are filtering that information through you. That's why some days you're extremely energetic and some days you're really tired. Do I go anywhere? Um, I used to in New York. I used to go to the art galleries. I used to sit in cafes and read books and try to elicit conversations. I will not go to bars. That's low vibratory states. I've been to concerts by myself. I've done a lot by myself that would warrant like an open invitation for somebody. Um, Here, the safety factor is a little higher. I mean, even though New York was at like a high trafficking, it's very high up here. And I'm a minority. Um, Biking was the triple threat, the karmic, the soul, and the twin flame, all packaged in one. He was a test. And I don't know if I passed it or not, but yeah, I had somebody for a while. The sky outside or the ceiling? Thank you. Oh yeah. Oh God, today. Have a good night, Amy. Okay. So today at work, I was with the older kids. So the teacher can't stand birds. And what happened today? A bird. So the way my school's configured, it's like this it's a square. So we have it out an outer yard and then we have like an inner yard. And the kids are doing I have to tie dye. I have shirts to tie dye. And the kids were outside in the courtyard, so the inner square, tie-dyeing. And I think the door was left open and a bird came in, and oh my God, it was the biggest thing since sliced bread that happened in the school. And everybody's freaking out. And finally the bird left, and it was hysterical and at the same time sad. They are acting crazy. The sun gave an X class flare out the other day, and that energy is going to reverberate the next few days. We also have another huge coronal mass that's centered towards Earth that's going to hit maybe any day now. And it takes days to hit, maybe not. Who knows? Hi, Roger. How are you? Right now, the biggest thing for me that I'm noticing is that I have like thousands, thousands. If I'm gonna take a picture before I mow tomorrow of the dandelions and just dandelions everywhere. And then I'm noticing an uptick in the poison ivy that I never had in my backyard, and now I'm noticing it in the backyard. So I don't know what's going on. I had luscious, beautiful grass the last 3 years that I've lived here. Well, 2.5. Um, and out of nowhere comes thus said weeds. And I know they're not weeds, but it's a lot. So something is going on. Um, like I said, Spirit spared me that from that storm yesterday. I mean, we had a power outage. The power is still on, thankfully, but the tree had a dangling branch I showed earlier, and that branch, instead of falling onto or falling into my house, like fell back into the tree so it won't fall by me. Thank you, Spirit. I mean, my phone keeps going off in alarm, like I showed earlier, a dust storm. What? And I know there was a lot of tornadoes today and yesterday between Wisconsin, Minnesota, Missouri, Illinois, uh, Maryland. Maryland had a tornado today. St. Louis had a tornado today. Crazy. Hi, Scott Andrews. What's up, Moon? Okay, so the Sun Tzu cards were mind blowing. Yes, I did. I have the Art of War Oracle cards. Art of War Oracle cards. Kindness. The energy of kindness reminds us to be considerate and wise in our interactions with others and ourselves, and to find the root of our love through our connection to Source. Kindness. Please go back and watch my vent on last Tuesday's show, 9 o'clock, Tuesday. We all know. Kindness means you're going to allow other people to have their opinions, their feelings, and their emotions. The teaching moment here that I've been trying to bring up, and I hope that it sits with people, is that no matter how you perceive your reality, it's real to you and you feel it. That's all that matters. So if you perceive and feel, you have the feeling, it's in you that the earth is flat, it's flat for you. If someone thinks that the earth is a globe and they feel it and they know it for themselves, that's okay. That's their paradigm. There's no right or wrong because in the overlay of the many worlds interpretation, it exists. And at some point, we change the timeline, like the Mandela effect. That person next to you does not remember the cornucopia, but you do. How does that work? It's a state of consciousness. You've been shifted for a reason. You see things for what they are for a reason. And maybe what you see and someone else sees, that's their truth because that's all they know. That's the feeling and that's what they know here in their heart. What you know might be different because you experienced it differently. You perceive it differently. Deplorable, let's just be honest, right? If that's your reality that you're sitting in, because most of us think it's flat or at least a toroidal shape, but flat, plain, right? That might be the 4D expanded version of what we're on because we're already a higher density thinking. Most of us are on a 4 to 5D scale of consciousness. So the way we're perceiving the universe is that flat Earth, a toroidal Earth, a hollow Earth, an inner Earth, an Asgard, and Gartha is existing. What paradigm is existing on depends on what timeline and what delineation of time you're in. What dimension and density are you frequenting the most? Because you're jumping right now in between all three. Most of us are not on five because we are not fully in unity consciousness, and unconscious feelings are still in four that we have to unveil. My subconscious needs to come to in out here to heal three, to move into full octave four, right? What my block is, which I'm doing different now, is reacting differently to my circumstances. So yes, I'm in dire straits, but I'm not freaking out over it. I might be venting about it, but I'm not internalizing it and freaking out. Little portions of me are, but I'm trying to get rid of it because I'm giving faith to the universe that I'm going to be okay. But in the now moment, that okay is only at a moment. I'm alchemizing every time that I'm feeling those things. What we all need to come to understanding is that truth is at a level of frequency in you. That doesn't make someone right or wrong, because there is no right or wrong. Because whatever reality you are in right now is the truth that you are at. So if someone feels that they're on just thinking 3D classical mathematics and classical physics and are telling you, well, the math isn't mathing, that it's a flat earth because I have this experience, that doesn't mean that your flat earth and your experience and your information is invalidated. Let's not convert anybody. Someone has to come to that truth for their own selves to know what paradigm they're in. There is no right or wrong. It's what reality are you living? But at the end of the day, is it paying your bills? Is it feeding you? Is it just an ego trip to say, it's a globe earth and no, you flat earthers are delusional? I'm going to convert you. I don't want to convert anybody. You have to see the reality for yourself and feel it for yourself. You could show me 1,000 documents and I could read all those documents and make my own conclusion, my perception. How I retain and comprehend the information, that's on me. No one else. Once you can stand in your convictions and stand in your knowing, it doesn't matter what anybody says. They're not going to shift your perception. That's why we have to look at the 5D scale of this and say, okay, do I really need to wake people up, or am I seeding information for them to look further? Right? I got people that only believe in the Iwasbi book, and then only people that believe in the Arancha book, but either one of those perceptions for me is not absolute. There's truths in there, but it's not enough for me, convince me to believe in it. The same thing with the Law of One. I hard align with that book, but there's some things in there that I don't. Ashiana's work. I wouldn't have known half of my spiritual abilities if I wasn't woken up to the fact that I had a Stargate on my house and that I am the Stargate. But I don't necessarily believe everything true in truth. It doesn't land in my heart, the things that she writes in her books. Not everything. You have to discern carefully what is being dictated to you. If your CNN syndrome happens on both sides, there's deception on both sides. You have to come here. And last week's show, because some of you came on just now, I did a whole venting of my alarm system going off because I don't want to see my friend be rerouted because he's looking up to somebody. As much as I don't watch much anymore because I can't handle for my own self the hate, doesn't mean that I'm not friends and that I don't want to protect my friend in a certain vernacular, in a certain way. What happened on Tuesday at 9 o'clock concerns me. You can have all the information and have all the insider details. Does it land here? If it does not, it doesn't mean you're right or wrong. It needs to land here for it to be true for you. And everybody's truth is different. Everybody's perceiving reality differently. Everybody internalizes and feels. That's the biggest thing. Listen to Bashar. You have to feel something in you to believe it. It has to have a feeling. It needs to hit a sweet spot within you. You're attracted to certain things because your heart aligns with it. You have feelings because you love somebody. You have love for an animal, but other animals you don't. Because you're hitting in here. And again, where's your thinking? Is it a 3D stance, classical math, classical physics? Because the math doesn't math in the quantum that it does over here. So Einstein can be proven right over here, but in 4D, he's disproven. There's new laws of thermodynamics. There's new laws being made right now in the quantum world because we're accelerating and we're moving on up. We're moving out of classical physics. Physics don't physics in quantum states. So now they're rewriting a lot of the things. Things are being disproven or they're on the table to be looked at. Well, today was Purple Pirate Fridays. So you have to show your pride for the pirate nation in Indiana, Maryville area. And purple is their color. We have intimacy. The energy of intimacy supports our trusting that we are safe to allow closeness. That doesn't necessarily mean coitus, which, by the way, I did see frogs have some coitus in the schoolyard the other day. My pre-K kids, their program goes to the yard. My kids don't. And I have to drop the kids at the yard. And everybody was like very far away from the door where I entered. And they're like, Allison, go around. They're frogs. I'm like, where? They're pointing to a corner. I'm like, just leave them alone. Oh, okay. So don't draw attention here. Have your kids. It's funny as shit. Yes, deplorable. Take what resonates with your soul. Your soul, not your ego. That your ego wants to survive. Your ego loves you. Your ego wants the best for you. Let's not look at ego in the negative context. Let's look at it in the positive context. Your ego is keeping you alive. When you hear these fanciful things coming from the ether and being dictated to you, are you going in aligning with your soul, not your ego? I only learned that 3 years ago when I had to put my house up for sale and I had to move. Everybody's like, oh, don't move, Allison. It's going to happen. Sarah's going to happen. You're going to have the RV is going to happen. We're going to help you, Allison. We're going to get you there. Don't worry. Don't worry. And you know what? Something inside me was screaming, don't listen to it. Those people had the best intentions for me. Don't get me wrong. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. In here, my soul chose to speak up, and my soul's like, no, you have to sell. You have to change. You have to get out of here. And you know what? To this day, I wouldn't have been able to work, at least at my career. I would have not been able to work in my job because you still need a stupid SS card to get into the building. A lot of people, they still don't talk about it because it kind of waned away. Like most of the people that were not that moved out. So you're not really hearing the people that stayed that had lost their businesses and lost everything. You're not really hearing from them anymore, are you? That's another delusion. They moved out, so you don't have to hear it anymore. But it doesn't mean it still doesn't exist. There's still the mandates and still the stupid things that they put in place that prevent people from working to this day in certain states. If I would have listened to everybody and waited, I'd be homeless and you would not see me on here. Period. I want people to look up Alanis Morissette. Thank you. It's about your spiritual awakening. There's a lot of disillusionment in this world. But forgiveness, the energy of forgiveness strengthens our capacity to let go of unwanted feelings and emotions. As I do that, I will be right back. I heard something from outside and I need to check to make sure it didn't come through the house. Thank you, India. Thank you, ignorance. Yay, all is saved. It's just another tree branch that fell. Sorry for that. Um, I have so many tree branches to saw down tomorrow. Oh, this is looking bullet fun. Look at that. I'm excited about that. So excited. Uh, I don't know why the other night. Oh no, I'm fine. So besides the dust storm alerts that have been popping up on my phone, um, I had some tree branches last night like decimate my yard, and just now what I heard, I don't think it was caught on here because I have background noise cancelization. Um, another branch fell because it is windy here. Um, what? Sorry guys. I know there's a lot of tornadoes happening right now. And max velocity froze on my stream. Hang on. I do. I have a chainsaw. I do. I have a small one that I can manage. Um uh okay, so now what is that? Tennessee. You got mm, Arkansas also, you got severe thunderstorm warnings. Um, what I wanted to show, because a lot of people didn't see it. Go back. Bing. So I had a lot of not necessarily bad tree damage, but I did have some kind of nonsense hit. I'm gonna share my screen. This is the alerts that I've been getting in the last 2 hours. That's a dust storm coming up to Northwest Indiana. That's insane looking. That's insane. So that was happening. And for those of you not on my Facebook, this is just a little taste of what fell in my backyard. And that doesn't look like that is much, but there's a lot of under the tree branches. Um, this white thing right here was up here swinging like crazy onto my property. Because this is my roof and the thing was over my house and now it slid back to her side of that. This is my garden and this is the destruction. This is the raised bed. This is sage. This is my elderberry plant and this is my raspberries right here. But I got to trim all this other excess out and figure out how to fix this bed that that collapsed. And this is, I had to take a picture to make sure my roof was intact. So that's where Little Thor comes in. And I got to replace these windows. This whole thing has to be replaced. This back window has to be replaced. But I have a lot of trees around me, so I had to make sure that my roof was intact. Yep. Fun. But yeah, that was today's adventure. Hi, Whiskey. Oh yeah, I'm glad you're okay. Um, yeah, that's what I did. Because my house looks like a ranch, but it isn't. It's 2 floors. But like my house is like on a slope for the land, so like it doesn't. I could see from the house, when I go outside. I inspected the house. Thankfully, I don't have damage. Um, but I had a lot of tree branches and limbs down. Um, and last night I had no power from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the morning. That was a bitch. Because it's like it was 87 degrees. It was hot and humid. Oh, you want one more? Okay, Spirit. You got it. Yeah, I'm where is everybody? Missouri right now, Kentucky. I'm watching Ohio has a lot of storms going on right now. A lot. St. Louis had a tornado. So did Baltimore, Maryland. Crazy shit. Um, Kentucky, you guys are next if anybody's in Kentucky. Just be weather aware. I'm glad you're okay, Whiskey. We have Celeste, a happy more a happy move to a new home or place of employment is in the works. This movement will usher in positive new energy. I think that was spirit talking to me. Maya, schooling. I need to go to back to school. Study and education help your life's purpose and personal growth at this time. The angels will guide you and help you with this process. Yeah, they need to give me a permit so I can work the job of my dreams. Chantal. New romance is imminent, either with a newcomer or through reignited passion in your existing relationship. Be open to giving and receiving love. Isaiah. It's a good time to give birth to new ideas and situations in your life. I am watching over you, guiding you, and protecting you during these changes. And many of us are going through it. Yeah, the storms that we had deplorable are coming your way, sadly. I don't wish that on you. But they're not going to be as severe as they move through to you guys, I don't think. Um, I know for me, last night was crazy, and we were supposed to get tornadoes. We were in the high bracket of storms, and Michigan got the tornadoes. Wisconsin got the tornadoes. We just got the wind. Thank you. Oh, I've been channeling a lot, and I'm channeling a lot. The big channeling literally happened on Tuesday as soon as my alarm bells went off in stream spirit, and I don't even know how to open up that conversation to our friend. I don't know. I don't think I am going to open that conversation. It's something that inside is like he has to experience it for himself to understand. And I think he's seeing it already. You should not want to convert anybody. You see the truths, and that person can find that truth out for themselves. That's the hard part for me is like my mission with our friend is not over. It's just been put on hold because he's not where he needs to be yet in the understanding where I'm at. So when he gets to that point, then I can jump in and help. But I can't help somebody that doesn't want to hear my perspective, at least my perspective. I'm not asking them to believe in how I believe in things or perceive the universe. I Honestly, as soon as the galactic stuff came out and the people that were being said on that podcast, and it's not to discredit those people. I believe a lot of their stories are true. But at what point do you understand that the galactic community at some point became bullies and are trying to control the information? Like I said, I had a conversation with James Rink in person, like speaking to him on the phone. I have his number. And we spoke. And let me just say that his information is and he's been suppressed and is suppressed. But why is somebody, I have a lot of their books behind me right here. This whole section right here. I have a lot of their books. Why are they the effing authority? There's millions of us who have had experiences. Why are only some out there to seed you a narrative? Answer me that one. Why are certain people's stories suppressed? Information suppressed? Ashiana Dean suppressed? Just like myself. You have to live, and money has to be made somehow, right? And our friend has been super humble and trying different ways, and that's his experience he needs to go through to learn from. That's the paradigm he chose to experience. He has to learn and come in here to know what is right. Now, let's look at our friend Lance from Ascent Nutrition. Why hasn't his ship blown up? Like I was talking about with the ASEA and the other stuff. Why did it fall away? It's still there, and I'm not taking away from the fact that if it helps you, fantastic. But there's a lot going on behind the scenes that all of a sudden no one's talking about it anymore. Why? APL Go used to be a big one. Where did it go? I listened to the beginning aspects of it because I actually don't want to disrespect the other person because I think he's fantastic. I really do. He's a good person. But it's on a third dimensional level. His thinking is third dimensional. As soon as he was saying, "Oh, I'm going to convert you back to globular Earth," that's when the alarm started going off. When that word convert sung in my head and it felt wrong. Jason, I'm going to say his name, is not going to convert to anything that his heart space doesn't align with. And it's a matter of perception. What I was writing into that chat that Tuesday night was that it's all true. Flat and globe and spherical and toroidal, it's in the many worlds interpretation of quantum physics. If you're thinking it exists. It's just a matter of what parallel dimensional space you're inhabiting that it's in. What laws of physics are you being bound by? What level of density are you in? And collectively, we're all in a scattered bunch of third to fifth. So my experience of understanding is not the same as somebody else that's living in 3D and that's only bound by 3D. I'm expanded. My thinking is expanded. There's no right or wrong because it all exists. But try to tell someone that's only in the logical third dimensional space of thinking, they're not going to see it, they're not going to relieve it, and they're only going to come from this level of where they're at. But you should never want to convert somebody. You could seed information, and if that person decides to change on their own accord, that's up to them. But not because your ego tells you that you're going to convert somebody because you want to have power over somebody. That's what I can't stand. And that was the first alarm bell. And then it came to the galactic, all the interviews. I had an interview with this person, and that person says, and that's the end all be all of that. No, like I said, look at the galactic community and how they're all in a clique. And anybody not in their clique, they disenfranchise. I'll name drop one name, Ishmael Perez. That's just one. And that ego to that ego, Enki and Lil. That whole thing turned me off to the galactic community like that because the Anunnaki is not coming to save us. Like I said, I'm Anunnaki. My soul, one of my names is Elianu. That's an Anunnaki name. I'm the line of Anu in my Anunnaki form. I don't. Whether good or bad or indifferent, it doesn't matter. They're not coming down to save humanity. They're going to come down to try to control it. Do you see the agenda there? When someone's telling you that Ella is coming down because she's going to Ganymede to tell you that they're doing all kinds of stuff and that the Galactic Federation is coming to save you. No one's saving you but yourself. You're human. You're saving yourself. We're saving humanity. Humans are saving humanity. And you being a star seed is nothing more than understanding you're multidimensional. And you can believe it to not believe it. That's on you. But just understand that there is a lot of narrative steering right now and control of the narrative. We already heard that a lot, that term. That's you see, deplorable, that's the thing, right? I'm not on anybody's bandwagon no more because I'm looking objectively at both sides. And both sides for me are being deceitful. Truth is being authentic with your words. It's coming out with the reality of what is being lived. Telling me that gas prices are coming down when I don't see that as a reality is falsehood. When you're telling me that, oh, we're going to get $5,000 because we're finding all this money and I'm still waiting for it, JG Wentworth. I'm waiting. Oh, you stole the money from me, but yet now you don't want to give it to me. Great. Thank you. I could use it right now. That would take care of my property taxes that I owe a lot of money on. I can't afford it. I don't have it. Where is it? There's a lot of things being deceived and said. Look here, not over there. That's our side, the light side, doing it too. Not just the dark. It's the light too. Well, like I said earlier, there's a cog. Okay, I understand that. And certain things are protecting us. I am so aware of that. But you could say things without saying them. without mass insanity. There's ways of doing it, and that doesn't mean everybody's not going to be insane. It doesn't matter. You're deceiving when you're not speaking it outright, when you're not coming from your heart, and you have to hold things back because there's a cog. There's always been a cog. What the cards have been saying, and I didn't pick that many out, stand in your authority for what and who you are. You're more than this body. Claim the shit. Stand in your authority. The more of us who do, the more things are going to change for the better. But if we sit down idly by and allow the continuation, we already know the truth. I know the truth about all those lists and all the dirty deeds. And yet, if I go outside tomorrow and do something heinous, I'm in jail. Yeah, oh, we have to reveal it. I understand that. I understand the unveiling. But at what speed is that unveiling happening that's harming most of the people? It's harming us. It's not doing anything good for us. Why I say that? It's giving authority to those who are knowing not and giving them the permission slip to do evil or to do harm or perpetuate the harm because they see other people getting away with it and they think they can get away with it too. If it's good for them, why isn't it good for me? That's how a lot of people think, sadly. And here's how I'm going to play devil's advocate again, because that's what runs through me. I'm the shadow. I'm here to help you confront your shadow. If 1984 is a real paradigm that has happened, how is any of the documents anybody reads truth? Are they true? Are they AI generated? Is the information that we've been receiving falsehoods just to get us feeling, once again, feeling a certain way? When you feel, your frequency is emitted into the field of energy. It is feeling that dictates a lot of things in this universe, because as a human, you have a field of energy. When you feel something, you either attract it or not. It's just a matter of collapsing that wave function. But when you're feeling a certain way, like all the harboring hate that people want wood chippers for, you're feeding that side. I now no longer allow it to bother me. Soul contracts, once you know what a soul contract is, you now you're disengaging and not attaching emotional states to things that once you had so much passion of hurt. Now you're like, oh, okay, they contracted that. I don't like it. That's mastery. We're being initiated. I know I'm being heavily tested right now from the universe. Heavily. My reactions have changed. Yeah, I'm venting. I'm getting it out. But I'm making room for new. And in doing that, I'm alchemizing my reactions. Like, I would be freaking out right now if I knew that old self would have already had a conundrum because I couldn't pay for my property tax. I don't like not doing the righteous thing. And for me, righteous doesn't mean to be right. It means I'm doing by the game, by the rules. And by the rules, I should have had my property tax paid. By my old standards. I would have freaked out and lost my shit on myself. This time I didn't do it. Last year I didn't do it either. I didn't pay full. Couldn't afford it. Can't afford it now. I'm venting, but I'm not internalizing it. I'm not holding it inside me, and I'm not making myself sick over it either. That's the difference. You need a good vent. You need a cry. You need to get it out of you. Because once you get out of you, the feelings, the emotional states, then you can sit back and go, okay, let's logically tackle this. What can I do to get a different result? What obstacles are in my way and how to go around them? What do I need to do to figure this out? Once you get the emotional states out of you and you calm yourself down and you come into a state of, okay, the problem hasn't gone away. I just got the feelings out of me. So now I can clearly think what to do next. That's the test that most of us are going through on big, challenging scales. For me, this is a whole new life change. Everything is changing again. I just went through a change and it's changing again. Major stuff, not just the small stuff, the major stuff. So we have to look at our reactions. We really have to take stock of what rents space in your head and be realistic about it. We live in duality for a reason, for experience. Once you get that out of the way, you know that it exists. I know it exists, but divine neutrality shows me a higher viewpoint and then steers me in, oh, that's why it's happening. Those people up there have helped many people awaken. Give a purview to a potentiality outside of normal thinking. It's beautiful. Once again, I'm not here to distract, destroy, or condemn anybody. That's not what I'm here to do. What I'm here to do is challenge, what are they steering narratively? What's their intentions? Is it of source? Meaning everything's of source, but of its purest form. Is it coming from the purest of the light or from the shadow? God's both. The all that is all that is. And it's positive and negative down here. That's how we perceive it. There's a TikTok out there with Bashar saying that we don't experience fear, we don't experience this, and we don't experience that, and we don't feel that, and we don't have that, we don't have this. A higher density being is going to love you unconditionally for no matter what choices you make. Hi, Em. How are you? Source is not there to judge you. You judge yourself. You go onto the pearly gates. St. Peter is not there to judge you. You're judging yourself. You're sitting at a round table with a million different fractals of self, and you're going through your life review, and you go, oh, I missed that lesson. Shit. So you're judging yourself. They're just presenting to you the evidence of, here is where you had your growth, and here is where you could have done better. If we acted as if you are Yeshua and you walk the righteous path regardless, you're going to ascend higher than where you are now. Oh, geez, Louise. What's going on, Em? The weather is bananas right now. I have max velocity on in the background. Indiana just got through some storms. Right now it's Kentucky and entering Tennessee. Ohio is getting smacked. Texas is getting smacked. Jesus. So just everybody be very careful where you are. I had a dust storm. Oh, I got so many chores to do. You're reminding me. I have to use my chainsaw tomorrow. I have to mow because my lawn looks like a jungle. And it's only been a week. The I was supposed to do some of my errands today, and unfortunately, the stretch of road, like there's a tea shop, and then there's a gas station, and there's a traffic light, and then further down, the post office is not having power. The cat cafe doesn't have power. Most of US 30 in my area does not have power, and half of Northwest Indiana had power outages all day. Oh, I need to go to the dentist so bad. I have a repeating card here. Anyway, this is from Arnie's deck. Please check out his links. They will be in the description after the video. Protect the meek, the innocent, stand in strength. You are the knight. You are the warrior. Shadow, loyal, courageous, and clever, always protects out of love for love itself. That's why I have a pack of wolves as guides. Krista, caring and love for all nature's creatures, a true loving soul. Roger, I agree with you. At this point in my paradigm, I'm like, okay, hurry up about what? I'm not worried about that either. I live in my moment every day. I'm not worried about that stuff anymore. I actually don't pay mind or attention to that stuff anymore. You know what I'm trying to pay attention to? Me manifesting a job for the summer. Me getting a job. Do I have a bug on me? Me manifesting a job so I can have a house to live in by next year. Um, you know, the mundane stuff, but the very important stuff. Yes, we are. All of you are angels incarnate, expressing the vibrational truth that dwells within you. And the beautiful different perspectives that each of you bring to the table is what's needed right now, more than ever. Spirit wants everything in threes today. I don't know why. Hi, Brother Jerry. I was wondering when those things were going to come out. Thank you for being a member for 2 months, Brother Jerry. I have not seen that pop up in a chat yet, so I'm excited. Yay! Bob, if you're still hearing me, where's my tampon emoji? I need a tampon emoji. I need a tampon emoji. I mean, some of you have been members since I began the memberships. I blow my own self away. I'm going to read this one first. Archangel Zadkiel. Zadkiel will help you to find tolerance and forgiveness. He works on the violet ray of purification and transmutation, helping you to release lower vibrations and ascend to a higher way of being. Angel wisdom suggests that you visualize yourself in the violet flame and invoke Archangel Zadkiel to help you. Place your troubles and difficult relationships within the flame so that all negativity is transmuted. You are blessed to have been drawn this card today, for it indicates that you are ready to walk the path of light. Affirmation: I am cleansed within the violet flame. Yes. I need one so bad, Em. I need a tampon emoji. That's not only for Berto, that is I did not light my say I light it earlier. Not on the show though, but I need a tampon. I'll do this one. Tricky, but they all gonna be red anyway. I smoked the sage. Self-worth. Self-worth bestows a sense of confidence, expectation of success, and ability to love. Decide on clear boundaries and limits and firmly decline to let others step over them or manipulate you. You will earn respect. When you value yourself, you become open and friendly, slow to take offense, and quick to forgive. Remind yourself that you are likable and lovable. Do not let others press your buttons. Stand tall and confident. With true self-worth, you radiate a golden aura which enfolds others and makes them feel good too. Ask your angel to step into your aura and guide you. Affirmation: I am confident and worthwhile. You have to stand in your authority and stand in your empowerment to know what is true for you. The way I perceive, what I perceive is not what you perceive, and we have to align with that understanding. Just because I align with something doesn't mean you're going to align with the same things. But does it make it right or wrong? It doesn't matter. That's where your ego has to be checked. Detachment. According to spiritual law, you can have anything your heart desires. However, if your happiness, sense of security, or feeling of power depends on someone or something in your life, then you are attached to the person or thing, and it's a chain which binds you to a lower frequency and keeps you stuck. I have fire trucks that just went down the block. Your guidance is to ask the angels to help you cut the cords that tie you to people, things, and emotions. When all attachments are released, you can no longer be manipulated emotionally. This enables you to reclaim your power and be genuine. Feel free. Sorry, I need glasses. Feel free to let your spirit know. Let go now. I release everyone and everything. My spirit is free. Correct. When people, I was dubbed that I was conceited when I was in my late teens, early 20s. And that was a program that I ran because I did not have enough self-confidence in myself. I had the programming that I was stupid. I was a starving artist. I would never make anything out of myself. I didn't have the confidence. I didn't stand in my empowerment. And when you're in that mode, you tend to talk yourself up to something you're not, so that you're pleasing other people because you want people to accept you. So you'll just say anything for people to accept you. And you do it in such a fashion that it sounds egotistical and conceited and narcissistic. But when you shift your frequency and you stand in your empowerment and know what you are and claim it for what it is, and you're in the righteous path of helping others, it's not conceited. It's not narcissistic. Monkey, chicken, buck, buck. Sorry, that's bothering my eyeballs. Oh, yay! I'm excited. Thank you, Em. I'm excited. I like receiving fun things in the mail. Oh, that's better. I am tired though, I'm not gonna lie. I was up all night, just about. Little naps. Spirit talking to me. Recognize despair as an opportunity. Within it, you will find the gift of awakening. You know, it's a very interesting concept that I learned a long time ago. Is when you're at the peak of the void, when you're in the void and you can't see anything, and you can't see your way out, and you just day by day just take the breaths and just live. It's pushing you out, and change becomes that. It's when we're at our worst points that we're being forced to make changes. And sometimes, like for me right now, I don't see where the changes are happening. I don't see the opportunities that I'm praying happen. Like I said, I can't do this alone. I have to find the opportunities that are going to help me. I have to open up that frequency to get the help that I need. And it's not necessarily like asking for financial assistance or for food assistance. It's for literally having a school to believe in my ability to deliver a beautiful program for children to learn from. No one besides a principal and a school board is going to be able to do that for me. I need to find people that believe in me, that will open up the opportunity to give me a chance. That's what I need to find. A new strategy is required. Find the path to love and happiness. It's about walking and finding that path. Follow the path of your soul. See, they're answering me. Don't do not allow anyone or anything to stop you. I'm not stopping at all. Live playfully and with a light heart. Listen to the voice of your inner child. You know what I did today? Because it was a beautiful day out, even though it was a little hot. Um, the second graders went on a field trip to the zoo, and my kids that are old, like 3 grades, they got recess by themselves. So I got to play with my favorite well, they're all my favorite, but I got to play with one of them in particular, and I went on the playground and I was swinging and being a kid. It was fun. Oh, don't worry, I, oh, I have a letter that I am editing and I still have to finish it. But I wrote to my principal about the opportunity. We were given a survey by the superintendent, and I said, if you want to, the survey was about how to keep people in their positions or to keep people in the school system. And I said, well, someone that wants to teach the art programs that has the bachelor's degree in art and 10 years of experience in the classroom as a para would be a big bonus for you to have in the art room. Not only do I know how to handle special ed children and paraprofessionals, but I know how to deliver art curriculum and differentiate it for those children. And why should a piece of paper that I have to now spend 15 grand on be the detriment to me getting this job? I'm willing to pay for the license. I'm willing to put the work into the going through the programs. But why should that hold me back? But for other jobs, you're giving willy-nilly permits to people that don't know what they're doing in the classroom. So I did put that in my survey. And anytime there's an art instructing position open in my school system, which there's now 3, I wrote to the principals of those schools, which is still in my town. And I said, if you're willing to give me the opportunity of an emergency permit, I would love to give you the best of my abilities. And I have a written curriculum. I can fine tune it to different grade levels, and you would be very impressed. So it's not with the lack of effort because I am putting the work in and I am feeling it. Not just visualizing it, I'm feeling it. And that's how we manifest. Now, if it's not for me and something better comes along, that's great. But where is it? And it's not rushing, but I got one more paycheck and that's it. Then it's to the bank I go. So there's a lot of things that I'm not comfortable with right now that are going on. But here we are. Acting as if. Oh, I wrote down it was to the school that Vikings girls they're graduating from. And I pretty much said to the principal, like, I got staff of the month. They don't ever give that out. like I'm diapering 18 to 20 diapers a day. I'm getting hit, kicked, spit at, scratched, hit, head butted, and a whole 9 yards. And if you want to keep me, either use salary paraprofessionals, and that will weed out a lot of the ones that are um not worth having. And you'll keep the better people because you're giving them their worth. I mean, I've applied. There's a few like supervisor to student positions that I applied to that is like making $20 an hour. It's 4 days a week, but it's like supervising kids. Like I put in like 4 to 5 applications for work. I'm not getting anything back. I don't know when they're going to get it back to me, but time is of the essence. Um, the thing with the homeschool stuff, I'm just going to be squarely honest. I don't necessarily have to prove that I have a license, but a lot of homeschooling accreditative things, you do need a license. I can make a curriculum tomorrow and do like a Patreon, right? So I'll be sitting here and here's a curriculum and I give you a whole slideshow and here, let's do the project together. I could do that. But to for those homeschools, if they need their state diploma, it needs to come from a licensed teacher, from what I understand of the system. Yeah, I mean, my survey was pretty much an essay. When I'm giving to my principal, I made my assistant principal and my principal card holders. They're getting new cards. They don't like Trump, but I made them card holders, and I'm gonna give them a letter and just pour my heart out. But I poured my heart out to them several different times in different ways, and it's the mafia here. It's who you know. It's what connections you have. It's who's going to do someone a favor. And I'm not on that totem pole. I ain't in that club, as George Carlton would say. You are so much closer to a powerful breakthrough than you have realized. You have been praying for things to heal, new opportunities to appear, relationships to improve, and these prayers will be answered soon. They're funny. My guys are hysterical. Hysterical. I'm not looking at them, at you guys at that. I'm looking at them. Focus your mindset on what you can control instead of what you can't. The world is your oyster. Elevate your thought patterns so that you can attract abundance into your life. You are what you believe. Oh, and I believe I deserve a whole lot of amazement and help humanity out in the meantime. Oh yeah, I mean, I have so in the letter I said so a piece of paper does not show the experience of 10 years in the classroom that I have. A piece of paper isn't going, it might help me through like learning Google and learning certain like programs, but that's not applying the program to the curriculum or to the lesson or to showing the kids how to do something. I'm also wanting to, you know, art is not math, it's not English, and these are the things that schools focus on. But you know what the schools are having problems with? Kids' emotions. I'm your best therapist without the license. When I went to art class in junior high school and I did that ducky and the portrait and did all my artwork, it was the best form of therapy for me at that time. Just like music is for other people. Playing an instrument, you get lost in your emotions, you get lost in yourself. If I could teach these kids how to be productive through creation, and when they're feeling upset, they can go take a book and sketch or just get something out on paper. Doesn't matter what it looks like. They're expressing themselves. Do you know how many children draw their feelings? Do you know how many kids actually draw the truth on a piece of paper? It's like giving alcohol to an adult that has a lot of problems. They spill it out truthfully, most of them, at least. When you're drunk, you're like, these kids, and you give them a piece of paper, they will tell you what's going on at home through their artwork. Oh yeah, but here's the thing, like it's on my everybody, most of the staff knows I have a YouTube channel. Most of the staff knows I have a paint and sip because I show everybody my paintings. It's like, oh, I do that on my channel. Go look. I'm not asking you to look at my books or watch these, but I do have painting and crafting sessions on my channel. Yes. Unfortunately, Sparky, I have up close and personal in my 10 years have had kids draw some very illicit things on a piece of paper that unfortunately I had to bring to a social worker at the schools. Um, but I saved that kid's life. There is a lot of that kids in the early childhood stage will depict. Yeah, that's the hard part. Getting consent from like my school, the problem that I had this year, they have a Facebook page and it's all over the place, but you can't personally post students. And I don't know enough of the parents that would allow me to do a session and have kids do it. Um, that's an avenue I might look at this summer if I don't have a job lined up and I have to go to the bank and do something I'm not comfortable doing just yet. Um, I want Vikings kids, if he will allow it, and their mom to be videotaped, and they were live on We Not Me on Christmas two Christmases ago. But that was with consent. But the kid also has to be comfortable going on and at least being filmed. And some kids on the older end don't want to be filmed. But it is something that I have been thinking about. Bob, because you're not from here. You are here and you're from here, but your soul is multidimensional. Whenever you talk to us, it never goes unheard. We hear every single word. This is your confirmation that we are assisting you, guiding you, and ensuring your wishes finally come to fruition. Be patient. Everything will come together for you. And I believe in that. It's just this learning, teaching thing. I'm done. Dunskies. Well, that's the thing, Mr. Scott. Um, we're moving into a time where we need each other and we need more of the populace to be on board with the opportunity giving, right? So I can't force somebody with the pew pew to give me a job. I can only pour my heart out, but if that situation is not meant to be, then I have to find the other opportunities. And that is something for many of us that has been a very hard avenue to get opened. And I'm not just talking about myself, I'm talking about many people here. And whatever facet that you're in whatever job you're in, or career, or whatever path you had. Some people attract the opportunities quickly. People are, oh, I know you and your father, and oh, yeah, no problem. We'll get you this job. Where people that don't have those opportunities or those doors open for them right away, you have to work twice as hard for that opportunity to open. And that's been my whole life. The first principal, when I was a sub, she looked at me and she goes, I was very iffy about you because of your look and how you presented yourself. So, what are you talking about? I said, my makeup, my white hair, this is not dyed because I'm walking into my authentic self. I don't look like everybody else. That's why you judged me. And she goes, well, I do apologize because once I saw you in action with the kids, you blew me away. And I said, well, I'm glad that I could do that for you, but you should never judge a book by its cover. You should never judge anybody based on what they look like. I've worked in a tattoo shop. People that look extremely scary are one of the nicest people ever. 9 times out of 10, those creepy people that you find so offensive looking are the very ones that are going to stop at the side of the road at 2 o'clock in the morning to help you change a tire. Even that is scary in itself. But I mean, I can tell you right now, when I drove here to move here, and I stopped in Ohio at a Love's, I got online and a bunch of guys were online. They were a motorcycle gang, and they're like, "Oh no, honey, go first." And oh, here, we'll pay for this for you. Here, just let them scan it. We got you. What? Oh, we see your license plate. No, yeah, we're showing you hospitality over here. Okay, thanks. You know, you know what? I my principal, I loved her. My old principal was an old school type of person. She did not believe in the technology in terms of like throwing it at kids early on. She was old school and I respected that. But the lesson in learning she learned, I gave her a lesson and a teaching to stop judging a book by its cover. Just because I don't, and this is another misconception, just because I don't have children doesn't mean that I don't know how to be a parent to them or a teacher or anything. That's a very big misconception that a lot of people hold. It's a belief that because someone doesn't have children, they're out for something. I couldn't have children. I don't know why. Never happened. I never had a oopsie. No one wanted to have my kids. That's okay. I live with that. But when I go to work, these kids become mine for the 7 hours that I have them. And I'm okay with giving them back. But it's a very big misconception, and it's something that has held me back in my field because they want you to have experience with kids with your own. I don't have that. Let go of a fixed plan, allow for spontaneity and growth. That is right, Sparky. Like I said earlier, what I'm doing at work, like showing up in more professional looking gear, it doesn't mean I'm changing my makeup or my hairstyles, but I'm showing up with more professionalism in my dress. I lessened my jewelry. I'm only wearing my mom's engagement ring and my merkaba. I don't ever take this off unless I'm showering. I'm showing up more mature in hopes that they see me in that role. And then I'm walking the role. I'm not slouched over. I'm walking high and with confidence everywhere I go in the building. I'm always shoulder up and I'm walking with confidence. I'm not walking in woe is me land. I'm not really expressing my pain and not, sometimes you can hear my tummy rumbling because it's not lunchtime yet. And I eat their food. That's how I eat. Yes, that happens to be everywhere around here. I know a lot of my friends had children early and did not know how because they're still kids and still developing themselves and had to grow up really quickly. And then by the time they hit 30 and their kids are a little older, they are now forgetting that they have children and trying to live the life that they didn't have. And a lot of the time, the kids get neglected, and there's a lot of issues with that. There's no right and wrong because that's the story that they wrote and that they chose to experience. But there's a lot of misconceptions in this world, and the judgments are far reaching. But I put my principle in check. And I'm hoping to do the same here in a very mature manner. You are worthy. Aim for what you want and believe in yourself. I'm damn sure doing that right now. Believe in your power to manifest. Breathe your creation into existence because when you breathe, you feel. Trust in your new path. I don't know which new path is opening up, but whatever it is, I trust it. All will work out for you. Hopefully in the next 2 weeks. I'm silly, I know. I like how all the cards spilled in my chair. Deplorable, let me just tell you what. The next thing that needs to manifest, besides like giving people back what they're worth when they're working, like me, so that there's a work-life balance, I can maintain my needs and, put parents back at home to take care of the kids. The justice system needs to change. We all know that. But let me tell you what, here in Indiana, they are putting a lot of kids at risk. These attorneys, these judges are all corrupt and it needs to go down now. If we want to save the children, let me tell you what, there's too many stories out there with women who have to escape their horrible husbands and then they're fighting for child support, and this is a big thing here in Indiana. And whether it's be the father who's a good parent or the mother who's a good parent, they put these kids through fucking hell. And in situations that should never even be. But you know what? Because of the laws that need to be rewritten and changed, I can't describe to you what my teacher is going through. It breaks my heart. It really does. And I only know her perspective. I don't know the guy, and I'm not here to judge. But from what I see out of the kids, yikes. These lawyers and attorneys and these people are making it so that the perpetual abuse continues. Not every situation is the same, but when you keep hearing the same looping of, oh, well, that judge and this person and that, and I hope, I don't care what state you claim color, the systems itself needs to collapse. I'm using Arnie's Angel Numbers deck. I really like this stack a lot. I've been using it a lot. And the links to his stuff is going to be in the description after this video uploads. Angel number 331. Strong beliefs, growing through lessons, harmonizing spiritually and in balance. The universe is telling you deserve a partner who resonates with your soul. Have faith and trust. I just saw that one in New Jersey, living in a cage. Where is the system? And before I read the rest, personal. My adoption was closed, meaning I could not find my birth mother or my story. I could not open up my file to know where I was from, who I was from, and all that behind the scenes stuff. When I started getting sick between 16 and 19, and the internet was in its infancy, I started trying to look for information on my adoption agency to see if I could reach out for them. If they can't give me the information, can I get my medical records? Because no one knew what was wrong with me at the time. They didn't know I had arthritis at the time. And I kept coming up negative. I have seronegative results when you test me for arthritis. I had to take a different type of test to get diagnosed. And in the process of going through a lot of pain and a lot of problems health-wise, I reached out to a lot of places. In my investigative work, my adoption agency got shut down in 1994 for black market adoptions, holding the birth mothers at captive to give birth to kids, caging children, and selling them off. Black market. I had to know if my mother, obviously, I knew I ended up in a good home. My parents were amazing. I wouldn't be in this house if it wasn't for them. I had to find out the truth if my mother was the one that's being abused and was held captive. And I did not know my story. And I wanted to believe that everything was okay and done righteously. But how would I know that if I'm reading all this stuff? I thankfully did the 23andMe and the ancestry DNA. I'm safe. I don't care whatever people project onto those tests. Oh, they have your DNA. I have everybody's DNA. If I didn't do those, I wouldn't know my truth. Thankfully, not thankfully, I found my truth. And I'm glad to and say that my mother wasn't coerced in using that adoption agency and did not thankfully have anything done to her besides getting manipulated a little bit, but I'm one of the lucky ones. I can't imagine. That whole system needs to go. And I'm not saying that there shouldn't be adoptions. I think there should. And I think that there are a million people like my parents that couldn't have kids that deserve to have kids and that will give them the love and the life that they deserve that their parents can't provide them. There just needs to be a better system. Angel number 318. Your guardian angels have heard your prayers regarding your life's financial situation. Be ready. Soon wealth and abundance are coming your way. I keep getting told this and I'm having faith. Like I said, I'm just showing up every day. Freaking out a little inside, but I'm just living. I want to be happy. Angel number 212. Grounding oneself, ensuring steadfastness, nurturing peaceful bonds and mutual endeavors. Relax and enjoy where you are because things are about to change in your life and fast. Angel number 2022. Focus on partnership, connections, love, relationships, and anything that involves energies with others. You thrive in joint ventures. Happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy. Happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy. It's log, it's big, it's better, it's wood. I love Ren and Stimpy. Angel number 4114. Your hard work and determination towards achieving your goals is paying off. Your angels encourage you to keep working hard towards your goals. I am. After I am off of work, and if I don't find something quick, I'm going to study my butt off and take that test because I could take it at home, I was told today. How exciting is that? And then once I have that test done, I just need the schooling and that's it. Yes, positive thoughts, but you also have to be realistic and you also have to vent the negative because the negative is a part of this paradigm, right? You have to vent because when you have feelings coming in, right? Like I'm an empath. Many of you are empaths. So you're getting stuff from outside sources that you have to dispel. But you have to flow through the energy to know if it's yours, if it's someone else's, or it's the collectives. That's what an empath's hard task is to do, is to sift through all of that. And I know for my own self, I collectively heal, like feel humanity besides trying to heal it. I feel others' intentions and I feel the energy. I just have to block it out. And sometimes it seeps through because I'm meant to feel it. So I know how to heal it. That makes sense. I'm going to pull my last card of the night. It is getting late and I'm not on much hours of sleep. Um, and if you are a channel member, I keep pulling very similar cards every week. If you are a channel member tomorrow, at some point during the day, I will be doing a more in-depth oracle card reading for the channel member only video. I'm working on a meditation I want to try, but I have to figure out the sound because I want to incorporate some sound. Well, Scott Pace, I am glad that I have a yellow star I am seeing next to you because that shit has not changed. I have to block this out because of the booby, booby, booby. There's a booby. Cupido dissolvi. It is time to let go. Things are working out in their own way. Trust that your heart is wise and is leading you on a soul healing journey and the right spiritual path. Spirit wants to bring you a blessing and a resolution, but you must let go and allow it to happen. Events are unfolding according to a higher plan. Even if your plans are going awry, know that all will come together at the right time and in the best way possible. Surrender your struggle and hold on to your faith. Doing it now. But are you? I'm not the only one. I just give you guys my shit so that other people are not alone. That's another thing. I'm not here to complain. I'm here to share my experience with my journey because I want to let you guys know. I have people that don't are not in the chat that I know have written me that I've saved their lives. I'm giving them the strength and the permission slip that they need to keep going. I know this for fact. And I know the people that I've helped. I get messages a lot from people who are like, thank you for speaking your truth and your journey because I'm not confident in speaking my own, but you're saving my life. It's why I keep doing what I'm doing. It's why I'm transparent. It's why I'm doing what I am here to do. There's a lot of people out there going through the shit and the struggle and the hurt and the pain. And when they hear it from someone else, they don't feel alone. And they get the strength to persevere through it, where other people will probably not be able to go through it by themselves and they need a hand. But I want to be that hand for that person. You never know who you're going to impact in your daily life. And it doesn't need to be you putting your stuff out there. You just being someone's shoulder physically. You just showing up to have the ears to hear could save someone's life. And 90% of the time, you have no idea that you're doing it. Be humbled in that awareness and knowing. Because it humbles me to know, it makes me cry, brings me to tears to know that there are people that I never thought would even think those things of themselves. And they like give me a whole different inside stuff to their life's journey that I did not know. And they thank me for saving them. So, as much as it sounds like I'm complaining or I'm being negative or I'm just being real, because there are people out there that need that real. They need to hear it. They need to know they're not alone. Yes. But that's what I want you guys to understand. There's some people that don't really get it, or perceive it differently, and that's okay. I do what I do for with it with the purpose. It's not to sit here and cry, woe is me, pity me. Yeah, I hope the opportunities that I'm seeking open. Like I said, it's not with the lack of me sitting on a couch with the popcorn that's rotten and spoiled, waiting for something to happen. I'm out there every day doing it. I'm not sitting idly by, not putting applications in and not studying for a test and not doing things. No, I'm in it to win it. I'm motivated. But if I don't give and show that strength and walk you through the process, that's where people falter because they're not seeing it. They only hear about it, but they're not seeing it each week that, Oh, wow. Okay. I can't be love and light all the damn time because you're supposed to integrate your shadow. This oracle brings you a message from spirit. There is a problem in your life that seems very real and substantial. Totally is. Yet, if you approach it from a more mystical perspective, desiring spiritual connection and healing, that issue can dissolve. It can be absorbed into spiritual light and be healed. It can be transformed in such a way that your current viewpoint of suffering will cease to exist. There is a path for healing you have yet to recognize. As you let go of what you think should be or must be, you will recognize, or perhaps unexpected path is going to open up to your true healing and inner fulfillment, opening up before you. The Latin phrase cupido dissolvi refers to a desire to dissolve, to be absorbed into the luminosity of the soul, where there is beauty, relief, and peace. To enter in such a state requires a loosening of our attachments and fixations upon our problems in the physical world. This does not mean we deny our troubles. In letting go, we give spirit permission to heal the state of the heart and mind that has led us into these difficulties. And it can be surprising just how much we hold on to things we wish to be freed from. And that is very true. It's it's transmutation. But the one thing that we do need to learn how to do is let it flow through you. Because that's learning and experience to gain wisdom. If you don't go through the problem and the suffering, there is zero wisdom to be gained and experience to have. You need to go through it. That's how we learn in human form, is going through things because you have to feel things. As much as the suck happens, you learn from it. Yes, I've given my stuff to the universe. Like I said, I'm not sitting here and like, I'm already white. What do I have to worry about it? I'm showing up every day, giving faith that things are going to be happening. It's like, for me, though, in my experience, it always happens in the 11th hour, and I can't stand that because I shouldn't have to work so hard to prove my worth to others. I already know for myself I am worthy, but I can't force somebody to have that on perception of me. Well, I'm glad you did too. I'm hoping that when, this is a very healing and loving community of souls who need sometimes to get out of their paradigm a little bit and go into the spiritual world and learn and really reflect for themselves. Like I said, I'm not here to dictate to you a paradigm. I'm just here to help you see it, to go within. Like I said, my perceived world is not yours. You have to believe what's in your heart space. And we're all at different stages of that. And you're funny. We're all the same age in soul sense. As we forgive and enter the temple of the heart, we can see beautiful visions of what is now possible. Feelings of euphoria may awaken. We realize we have set ourselves free from the past. A constraint that once weighed heavily upon our hearts has been cast off by our spiritual will. Knowing we have such a beautiful power within can bring gratitude and wonder into our hearts. In the spiritual landscape of the heart, we let go of what we think and engage with what we feel. The theme of tonight. The true mystical experience of divine love is not just emotional, it's transfiguring. It helps us transform ourselves and our lives. This oracle guides you to immerse yourself in the spiritual light within your heart. A beautiful and uplifting outcome is being offered to you. Trust in spirit, let go and receive. Sorry I have to cover that up, but oh, Canada. One day I would love to say, where are you from? Earth. Earth. I think it would be cool to live in an igloo. I used to try to build those as a kid in the snow. That's awesome. So, I mean, the themes of tonight is really self-empowerment, standing in your truth, and that is your own perceived reality, no one else's. We all have similar wants, similar visions, similar perceptions of the world, but how we feel about it is unique and only on us. You perceive your world with your two eyes and maybe your third. But what you're seeing in front of you is at your perspective only. No one else can see it but you. So stop allowing other people to influence how you perceive your world and the truth that lies in your heart. That rant I did on Tuesday was because I really care about my friend. I value my friendship. And even though I support behind the scenes and in some cases silently now, that doesn't mean that I don't respect. I just can't hear the hate. And at the end of the day, like I've shown and proven, I'm there for them. I just can't be a part of the circus that is being elicited in my world, how I perceive the galactic information. There's a big steering of narratives that I cannot listen to. I know the truth, it's already in here. It's been unveiled. A lot of things have been unveiled. I just don't want you guys to be steered in the wrong direction. And even if it's not the wrong direction for you, you have to go inside and know what is true to you and you only. Not because it's a bandwagon, not because it's a monkey butt train. Oh, that's his leg. It's because your heart feels it. So I'm not sure what I am raffling off. Let me look at my calendar before I leave you guys, just so I have an idea. May 30th, I will do a raffle. And maybe if I get enough of these done, these patriotic hearts, this one I have to kind of see, like I have to even this out. But like I'm trying to get this to shine a little bit better. That one I have to kind of redo, but this one came out all right. This one is less foggy. But I'm making patriotic skulls and hearts, and I'm making more as we speak. So like this one. So when you look at it, it's gonna only be the tops, and I'm gonna probably put a flag or something down there. But this is gonna come out sick. Um, I might raffle one of those off for Memorial Day. We'll see. But May 30th will be the raffle. So if you are interested, you can message me or email me. But I'll have the information hopefully out next week. If you're interested in entering into a raffle and how to go about that. And if you're a channel member, you get a free entry. Lucky you. And thank you all for your support, your love, your light, your prayers, your abundance. Your showing up means so much to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, please go within. Be the physical shoulder for somebody. Be that lighthouse. You're not blinding. You're just shining the light. Seed your truths. Light the path forward. I hope to see you all in the next one. I will have a Craft and Sip live on Tuesday, and I do my book readings during the week. Please go check them out if you're so humble to do so. And I hope you all have a blessed and beautiful night. Please be safe with the storms. Thank you for showing up. And tomorrow, hello, before I forget, there should be a Zoom. I will post a link again in the links after this live. If you're interested in hanging out with amazing people, and most of them are in this chat, come and hang out with us. The Zoom link will be there. Just announce who you are, where you came from. So Mr. Scott Andrews knows you're not a fake or a bot. But definitely come and hang out with us on Saturdays. We do a private Zoom. You don't have to be on picture or on camera. You can listen, you can contribute. It's a really fun place to be. We'll see if I show up. It's been getting harder. But yes, guys, come and hang out. Thank you all and breathe. See you on the next one, guys. Bye for